Okay, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It's 9:05 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting of the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council to order and welcome everybody to an exciting and hopefully more peaceful new year. We all took quite a ride in 2020. So welcome to a new year, everyone. And I'd like to ask Daryl to call roll, but before he does that, is Janine Smith with us yet?
She is.
There you are. Hi, Janine. I'd like to welcome you to our group. We're an irreverent little bunch, but we get things done. So Janine is the new. Thank you for joining. A new member representing the. Of course, now my thing went off, so I can say it right. Representing the Licensed Marriage and Family Therapists Board and replacing Ken Bateman. So welcome, Janine. Daryl, would you or one of your staff please call roll?
Sure. Gloria Canseco.
Here.
Brian Brumley.
Here.
Ben Morris.
Here.
Susan Fletcher.
Here.
Janine Smith.
Here.
Stephen Hallbauer.
Here.
George Francis.
Carefully present.
John Belemowitz. I see John, but he's on mute.
Present. Can you hear me?
He is. I can. Yes,
go.
sir.
Okay, good deal.
And Chris Taylor.
Last but not least, here.
You've
Did
got
I
all your.
fail to welcome Brian? Brian, is this your first meeting or am I out of it?
It is my very first meeting.
Well, welcome. I'm so sorry I failed to introduce you. Tell us who you're representing.
I am representing the Texas State Board of Social Work Examiners.
Great. Welcome. Welcome to the group.
Thank you.
So is this quorum certified, Daryl?
Yes, ma'am. You have a quorum. All 9 board members or council members are present.
Great. Then I believe we're going to move on to public comments. I'd like to remind everybody that in order to participate in public commenting, you need to use the raise hand feature. Is that correct, Daryl?
Yes, ma'am.
In lieu of signing up in advance. That's the feature that we'll use to call on folks, and they'll be called in the order that the hands were raised. Each of you has 3 minutes to speak, and Daryl and his team will help us monitor that.
Patrick, you're going to be our timekeeper.
You want me to give a 30-second notice, I guess, before the 3 minutes, or just at the 3 minutes?
Oh, I just think at the 3 minutes.
Okay.
And is there a way for all viewers to look at the list of folks that are going to be commenting, or will you be reading their names?
I don't know that I can show everybody. I don't think the attendees can see the participant list that all of you can see with me right now, but I'll call their names.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, first up is going to be Sandra Martin.
Welcome,
Ms. Martin,
Sandra.
you have public comments you'd like to give?
Yes, sir. No, nothing controversial. I just want to say good morning and welcome to a new year. New and improved year. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am. You're fading in and out a little bit, but we can hear you.
Okay. Good morning and welcome to a new year. I hope it is a new and improved year. And I'm Sandra Martin, representing Christian Counselors of Texas. I'm chair of Governmental Liaison Committee of that organization. We're looking forward to being with you this year and praying for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what group was she representing, Daryl?
Texas Christian Counselors.
Thank you.
Next up is going to be, the screen name says Esma the Amazing.
My name is Will Francis. I am the executive director of the National Association of Social Workers Texas chapter, and apparently my daughter got into my Zoom, and I apologize for that. I realize that. So,
Will, this one's going to follow you for a while. I just want you to know, okay?
I apologize. She used to list her last name as co-host, and I told her that's not how you become a co-host in your class. The teacher's the host and co-host.
I sort of like the confidence that represents. Good for her. Go for it.
Yeah. She has confidence. Thank you, Chair Kinsey. Wanted to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. I would just like to start off by saying that I want to just thank BHEC staff for knowing how hard they work. I continue to get calls and emails from people who say that they have trouble reaching the board. And I continue to say that they have over 10,000 emails there and that they have a certain number of times to call. And I know how hard you're working. And so it's that balancing act. And I do just want to praise there. I would like to make a request. One of the areas that I'm getting a whole lot of people emailing on are people who failed the exam 3 times. I cannot find any information on the website about that, about the supervision plan they have to put in place, about what they need to do. Any transparency there about posting some information of that would be incredibly helpful. I would like to make a recommendation that the social work rules that were passed by the board be adopted by BHEC. That supervision plan piece will greatly help out, and that is going to be a huge benefit. And then lastly, as you consider the budget, I just ask that you reflect on how much of the fees of the boards don't go back into the boards. Social work board, for example, sends over 50% of their fees into general revenue. If we want to increase the ability for FTEs to respond to people, for the board to work well, the processes and the computers, systems that you all want to work well, I recommend retaining more of those fees and asking for 75% at a minimum, although it could be higher. I know that there are some obligations on dollars that go into GR, but those are really not based on, essentially what you're doing is you're taking money from people's fees to pay for your roads and your other things out there. And we just think that really needs to go back into the profession. I would make any recommendations around the budget to put the fees of the boards back into the professions themselves. Thanks for letting me speak this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. The amazing.
Okay, Jessica McGhee, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
I would, yes. Can everyone hear me this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Good morning. My name is Jessica McGhee, and I am the Executive Director for the Texas Psychological Association. I speak today on 2 different issues. The first issue pertains to late fees for renewal for psychologists. As written, the current late fee is 150% in the first 90 days after you intended to renew, in addition to the renewal fees itself. So because renewal fees now are over $400 for 2 years, the late fee for renewing even just 2 days late is now $600 for psychologists. So this is on top of the renewal fee itself. This is very alarming to us, although I admit I don't think any of us caught this when we were working on rulemaking, but we are seeing the impact now. I want to reassure folks listening that I have spoken to Daryl about this and reassure the council that I have spoken to Daryl about this, and I understand a fix will be proposed in May. But I did think it was important to bring this to everyone's attention immediately, because I'm sure that we will have more psychologists subject to this error in the rule in the next 4 or 5 months. I also want to bring to the council's attention the struggles that our psychologists are experiencing with responsiveness from staff. We have been receiving notices from our members
Ms.
that
McGhee, I'm sorry that I can't hear you. Could you speak directly into your mic?
Sure.
Thank
We
you.
are
Sorry.
receiving, is this better?
Yes.
We are receiving notices from our members that since the merge, responsiveness has kind of plummeted from staff. I am sympathetic as a new leader as well to the struggles that a new environment can propose. And I know Will just made similar comments this morning, but this has not been the norm for us. I think this was one of the concerns that we expressed during Sunset, is that we have always received excellent customer service from TSBEP. And since the merge, that has really changed and has not been our experience. Again, this is a new issue I've just brought forward, and we'd like to help and not just propose the problem. If we can create a FAQ for you, if we can work together and post answers to simple questions on our website, we'd be happy to do that. But I think we may need to look at some more solutions as well. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. McGhee.
Kathy Ryder, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Good morning. I'm Kathy Ryder. I am a licensed clinical social worker and I represent the Texas Society for Clinical Social Work. Just want to comment that on some of the charts in the materials related to today's BAC meeting, you're noting licenses and you put afterwards upgrade. As far as the social work profession is concerned, our 3 licensing categories, LBSW, LMSW, and LCSWs, are different categories and they have different scopes of practice. And I would appreciate if we could find another nomenclature to designate the change in status from one category to another, because it does have to do with different scopes. We're not a hierarchical profession. Do appreciate the opportunity to speak and do appreciate all the work of the BAC Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryder. And when we get to that portion, perhaps your representatives on the Social Work Board could parse that a little bit more for us. I'd appreciate that.
Stephanie Rue or Ruh?
Yes, Stephanie, this is Stephanie Rue. I am just representing myself. I had a question about my application for LPC intern, which I guess would now be considered the LPC associate. I submitted my original application in May and had a deficiency notice for missing coursework. I completed that in the fall and sent in my transcript just at the end of December to the new board. So I really just wanted to make sure that I sent it to the right place. I've tried to get answers, like people have said. I understand the transition and just the times we're in right now. It's hard to get a hold of someone. So I just want to make sure it's on the right path, since this has been 8 months and counting.
Yeah. If you send it to BHEC, then yeah, you send it to the correct place. You don't want to be sending stuff back over to HHSC.
Okay. Do you have a general timeline for deficiency updates to applications and how long the turnaround time is?
I don't, ma'am. I don't.
Thank you, Ms. Rue. We'll try to have someone get back to you with that answer.
Thank you.
Rhonda Kimball, did you have public comment you'd like to make?
I do. Rhonda Kimball, I'm an associate. I like to be the associate's voice. We're underrepresented. Want to start with, you guys are doing a great job. Thank you so much. Thanks for going to bat for us. I'm having delay too, but I'm thinking it's the holiday. I am switching supervisors and I've sent in a second request. So I don't see Christina here. Is she, Gloria, did you take her place?
I don't know who Christina is, so I'm not sure if I took her place.
She was kind of the liaison between you and the actual department that processes the paperwork.
No, Miss Kimball, Miss Canseco is the chair of the council. Christina was the ED of the LPC board. She's the current board administrator for the LPC board.
So she is. Okay, so we have a new head. Okay, I was looking at the people and I'm like, I missed something. Anyway, all right. So I just wanted to present to the board for consideration that during this COVID time, especially for the associate, if you're not in an institution, it's very difficult to get all these direct hours, as you can imagine. So I'm wondering if the time limits should be looked at from the 5 years to maybe 7 years. I had an incident where I referred an associate to Senator Jane Nelson, who has an advocate in her office that meets with you guys and helps us. But this is a serious problem. This particular person had had a heart attack, has COVID. And so, you know, we associates are not superhuman. We're not amazing like the other gentlemen. So we're living this life too, and that we are serving the community and we are first responders. From any of us that see people face to face, we need that grace because it is giving an unnecessary pressure, I think, on us to try to do these hours. And just creating kind of a helplessness in an environment that we need to be empowered by our board, by our supervisors. So anyway, just speaking to that, and really do appreciate you guys going to bat for us. So I wanted to make that clear. I see a difference. And I think if we do our part, you know, renew on time and do things like that, I think we'll have a smoother transition, because I think it works on both sides, not just yours. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. And I didn't get to hear exactly. Tell me again which profession you represented.
I'm an LPC associate. Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Kate, you're muted.
Hello.
Yes.
I was on the last meeting discussing Kim Arredondo, and at one point somebody on the board asked what y'all could do to actually help fix that problem. And what y'all can do is investigate her cases and see if she has a pattern where certain lawyers win significantly more often than others. Y'all seem to be addressing these complaints about her as if it's a one-off thing, when you have complaints about her from multiple different cases. If you can look at her patterns and see if there's a pattern where certain lawyers don't win or certain lawyers do win, and see if she indicates that there is some biases showing up in her work, that would go a long way to solving the frustrations that multiple different people have with this woman. If you investigate her and you see no significant pattern that shows that she is being biased and unfair and playing favorites with the lawyers that are her friends, then people will realize that maybe their case doesn't have merit. But if you can investigate that and see that the pattern shows what people are seeing happening, then she needs removed from her place of power, and the cases that she's heard need to be reconsidered by a less biased person. That's all I have to say for today. I really hope that y'all will put some effort into seeing if there's a pattern of abuse and bias in her cases, though.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Kate.
Ms. Karsagi, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, I do. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Okay, good. As you know, my name is Elisa Karsagi, and I wanted to say thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. As you know, I've been attending these meetings since the inception of BHEC, and I've spoken out at many TSBEP board meetings now for almost a year. I'm here to speak to you again regarding custody evaluator Kim Arredondo, and to plead with you to take disciplinary action for her deliberately unethical report and inappropriate relationships with court officials, which constitute a clear violation of your ethical guidelines. As stated in the past, those who are speaking to you today are not here to decry all custody evaluators. Rather, we're here because of those who willfully transgress laws and knowingly place innocent children in harm's way. I've heard members of BHEC state that the protective mothers who are being continually re-traumatized in these domestic violence by proxy situations, that they should contact the State Commission on Judicial Conduct, local law enforcement, and child protective services. As I demonstrated in your last meeting, the SCJC has made it clear that this council alone is responsible for disciplinary action against the licensees. I'd like to play for you an audio from a conversation that I had with Child Protective Services supervisor, who not only confirmed that Kim Arredondo's fraudulent evaluation continues to this day to be used to discredit the victims, but they made it very clear that they are needing action from this council in order to be able to help in this situation. I apologize that this recording is cut off. I don't have time within the 3 minutes to play the entire conversation, so I've only included the portion at the end in which I summarized and confirmed what CPS is needing from this council. I'm going to play that audio for you now.
Specifically about your situation. I see. Okay, so then the letter from the licensing board or from the disciplinary committee would need to state that they had a finding of fault for this investor, for this licensee, for this psychologist, relevant to my specific. Excellent. Okay.
And so, unfortunately, like I said, I can provide this full audio to you guys. However, I had to keep it short just so that we would have time for all of it. I wish that this council would know that it has been 8 months almost since I have had any contact with my infant sons as a result of the continued abuse situation. I, like many here, understand that this council is overwhelmed. We want to help you. Many of us have put together comprehensive complaints, submitting more than conclusive evidence against Kim Arredondo. If there is something that you are lacking in order to substantiate a claim and take action, please reach out to the victims. Help us to help you. I've not been contacted by an investigator, but I know that if this would happen, that all of those with complaints could get you what you need in order for you to take the necessary action. We want to help. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Karsagi.
Gina Odom, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you. My name is Gina Odom. I am speaking to you in regards to Dr. Kim Arredondo. I was actually, I spoke with her personally regarding the matter of Alyssa Karsagi and her ex-husband and the children. She misrepresented a lot of what I said. She left out a lot of important details that I brought up. There's a lot of things that we discussed that it was completely made out in a different way in her report. I'm floored that she continues to be allowed to work in the court system and putting families and innocent children in danger. And it literally makes me cry that nothing's done about it. So if you could please look into this, I promise you will definitely find that there's issues here. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Odom.
Okay. Michelle Vasiri.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, my name is Michelle Vetchery, and I'm a friend of Alyssa Karsagi. She used to babysit our 7 children when they were all little, which is many years ago. And I've spoken out several times to this board on behalf of her that she has done a great job of taking care of her children. And I'm just very saddened that this situation continues with Dr. Kim Arredondo getting away with the way she misrepresents Alyssa as an abusive parent when she is obviously not. Her husband is the one who's very abusive. And it sounds like from many other testimonies of people working with her, she has done the same thing. And I just ask that you would please really consider revoking her license and looking into her behavior, that she is allowing these abusive situations to continue and hurting the mothers that really do care about their children. So I just would ask that you would please look into that and consider that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Vasiri.
Heather Hammack, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, my name's Heather Hammack. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapy associate, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board today. As a marriage and family therapy associate, I'm very concerned that my clients have as much access as possible to systemic focused therapy when they are in the situation of being a couple or family that needs therapy. And I'm coming to you to ask today for a suspension of the limit of associates to 500 hours of online therapy toward full licensure. This rule for the LMFT associates is a different rule than social workers or LPCs have. And in the context of the pandemic, this rule is placing an undue burden on LMFT associates, making our license more cumbersome and reducing accessibility of services. In order to proceed, associates are forced to choose between the safety of themselves and their clients or achieving full licensure. This is particularly relevant because it impacts family therapists' ability to support clients who must use insurance. LMFTs have worked hard to increase competency through online formats in consideration of clients' needs during the pandemic. Clients with a need for couples and family therapy who need to be able to use their insurance from systemically trained therapists will have reduced accessibility. LPCs do not have this burden, but are less likely to be systemically trained, the result being an increase in the possibility of clients receiving less appropriate services. It's not in the best interest of the profession or the clients we serve to hold LMFT associates to complete those hours in person in the present context of the pandemic. And I respectfully request that the Marriage and Family Therapy Board suspend the 500-hour limitation requirement for an appropriate time period in accordance with safety measures regarding the pandemic. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hammack.
Ms. Hammack, so we're clear. Could you email me the exact rule that you're talking about you want a suspension done on? Send it to the general@BHEC email address on our website.
Yes, sir, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Daryl, if I may, real quick.
Yes, sir.
And when she sends that in, would you also attach the rule for the CE requirement to do telehealth for the LMFTs as well?
Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and take Melissa Wren, but while I'm doing that, there was another individual that had their hand up. Arlett, I believe, was the last name. I accidentally lowered your hand. If you can raise your hand again, I'll get back to you. Okay, Melissa Wren, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, sir. Actually, one, can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Oh, perfect. My comment is the same that Heather's just made. I'm an LMFT associate and an LPC associate as well, so I'm duly licensed. However, I've hit that 500 max telehealth hour limit, and so I'll be able to reach my LPC full license before my MFT full license, because right now I'm just going to sit on it and wait until we're able to go back in person, which unfortunately we just don't have a lot of control over. I work for an agency, so I'm waiting for somebody to tell me when I'm allowed to be back in office. And it's just really out of our control. So I, as a second, again, ask for you to look into this a little bit further and see if maybe just for the time being that we can lift this rule until we're over this pandemic and able to see people in person.
Thank you, Ms. Wren.
Okay, Miss Arlett, I think I'm back to you now. Hannah Arlett, do you have public comments you'd like to make?
Thank you. It's been a privilege, though a very disappointing and disheartening one, to be here in front of the committee for a third time, begging and pleading for action. Elisa Karsagi is living a nightmare, and her nightmare is menial compared to that of her two small children, Eitan and Ariel, who are forced to live with their abusive father after being ripped away from their mother. 137 days ago, me and countless others came before you, hopeful that we would be heard when presenting beyond adequate means to show unethical, corrupt, and downright dangerous activity being conducted by Mrs. Arellano. Her evaluation showed bias and poor judgment that left two innocent children at risk. There is ample objective evidence, such as pictures and recordings, that her actions have led to parental alienation and active ongoing physical, sexual, and emotional abuse of two young special needs children. It is easy to play the blame game. Mr. Karsagi abused his wife and children. Of course, it is his fault and only his. No excuses or arguments to be made on his behalf. Past that, the system and people trusted to care for the victims has failed, and nobody is willing to step up and do anything. I'm a licensed social worker. Several occasions, I have put my own biases away and threw my trust into an independent third party trained and hired to do evaluations. I do not always like their opinion, but usually can see that their intentions are good and the decision is made with no personal gain or consequence. This system is in place because the people they are evaluating usually do not have a voice that is recognized to carry any weight. They are too young, too old, developmentally delayed, mentally ill, and so forth. This also makes them easy targets because when they do speak out, does anyone listen? Last time I spoke in front of you regarding Miss Ayando, I heard a brave young man named Shane speak along with his mother. We no longer have to wonder what happens in meetings with Dr. Ariando. First-hand account was disturbing and moving, yet no investigation has been done. Parents and professionals have spoken against her and nothing has been done. Please make this be the last time that me and countless others come before you begging for change. Please let us know what we can do to help you get this matter resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arlett.
Madam Chair, our newest council member Smith had her hand raised, and I think we might have missed her.
I did. Who was that?
Jean Smith. You're on mute.
Yeah, I know. I was just, I don't want to interrupt Miss Arlett's testimony. And so let's finish with that. I was just going to let you know what the rule was that they are citing for the LMFTA.
Thank you. I think Ms. Arlett's done.
Yeah, she's done, Janine. Yeah.
Okay. The rule she's citing is 801.142I.
And that's the rule regarding the
rule regarding the telehealth, and what it is that it allows no more than 500 hours of the 1,500 to be via telehealth. It has to be in person. All the rest have to be in person. So that is the rule that they're citing.
Sarah's telling me that that's already on the agenda for the MFT board's January 22nd meeting. So it looks like y'all are taking that issue up.
Thank you.
Okay. Kathleen Mills, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kathleen Mills, and I'm a licensed professional counselor supervisor, and I really appreciate everything that you've done, BHAC. You've just, I know you're blowing and going, and you're getting the website up and running, and I so appreciate that. But I just had one concern. I have an associate in waiting. All the paperwork has been successfully received, entered. She is under my name as of late October 2020. And since that time, we've been waiting for the email regarding getting the fingerprint instructions and that completion portion done. And we have not had any email whatsoever. So any help with this situation, this waiting for the fingerprint email to come in, I would be most appreciated. She does have 2 sites. We are ready to go with her. We did submit just one email last week as per requested by BHEC. And so I just want to make that to your attention because I know the fingerprint issue this is part of the process for the associate, and we've been waiting since October. So anything that you can give me, I'd be very grateful. And thank you so much for everything that you do.
Kathleen, if you'll just shoot me a quick email, I just need the applicant's name in the email is all I need.
Perfect. We'll do that. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Kasim Hatzeroni, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
You're on mute.
Kasim, can you hear us?
Hi, good morning. Do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Now we can.
Hi, my name is Mrs. Hatzeroni. I am an educator, a mother of 5, thank God, and a camp director. I am heavily involved in the education and upbringing of children of various ages. And as a resident of the state of Texas and a mother and an educator, I am very, very frightened by the Elisa Karsagi's situation and the power that one woman yields on a mother and her children. I have to say, as a mother living in Texas, it is extremely frightening to see the damage that Mrs. Arredondo has done, and how one woman can yield such frightening power over and create such an abusive situation for a mother and her children. I have worked closely with Elisa. I've seen her with my own children interact, and the love and the care. And I've had many carers and many different people come through my lives, and people who I made sure to fire when I felt there was a danger, and people who I, red flags or whatnot. The more and more I get to know Elisa, the more I see the love, the care, the sensitivity, the understanding, the responsibility she has for those under her care, that I am absolutely certain that Mrs. Arredondo's evaluation was completely and utterly an act of corruption. And I further all those who are demanding that she be held accountable, and that the council please look into what's going on, because something here is not okay. And like I said, as a fellow mother living in the state, it's scary. I fear for, thank God I'm not in a situation that I need to fear for my spouse, but if I did, oh my, I would, it is so scary that this is going on in 2021 in Texas. There needs to be accountability. And I turn to you, please, to do all you can so that children are safely with the parent who will take care of them, and not in the care of an abusive parent who is just causing more and more damage by the day.
Thank you, Ms. Hatzeroni.
Bonnie Cutler, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Hi, thank you very much. My husband and I'm going to sound similar to some of the others, but we never know who's going to say what. But basically, my husband and I are Houstonians, as were our mothers. I'm a graduate from Tulane University and Rice University. I think this is also my third or even fourth time to speak about Elisa Karsagi, but it's hard to be silent when nothing has changed. I could say there are probably 20 or more families that we could name for whom Elisa has taken care of their children in a most loving, caring, intelligent, fun, and happy way. So it doesn't seem possible, and certainly not fair, that she's been denied custody of her two young boys and not even allowed to see them for the past 8 months. Most of us have children, I would imagine, or pets that we love like children. Can you ever even imagine the pain of having your loved ones pulled away when you're still breastfeeding the younger one, and then never being allowed to see them due to the terribly unjust and harsh restrictions imposed? In addition, we have good reason to believe that the father is emotionally disturbed. He admitted orally on record that he had pulled a gun to his head on maybe 10 occasions. And yet Kim Arredondo, the custody evaluator, said that it was Elisa who was not capable to raise the children. The same Miss Arredondo has been cited by others as having given very unfair evaluations that denied custody to the mother. I realize we're all human, we all make mistakes. But due to this heart-wrenching situation and for the health and welfare of the children, as well as for Elisa and the other families involved, we beg you to dig deeper into this situation and into Ms. Arredondo's evaluations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cutler.
Jim Craig, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, good morning, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of the board to speak. There's actually two of us here, myself and Rhonda Patrick, Susie Patrick. I was wondering if I could have Susie speak first, and then I'll make a very brief comment at the end, if that's all right with you, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Wanda Patrick. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I've spoke before the TSBEP and BHEC consecutively on many occasions. You're well aware of the atrocities that Dr. Kim Arredondo has committed upon my family, as well as many other families in Brazos County, Texas. You've seen massive amounts of irrefutable evidence against her, yet have taken no action. As a matter of fact, many formal complaints filed against Dr. Kim Arredondo have been dismissed, even though the evidence is irrefutable. You've had well over a year to act on my formal complaint, as well as the complaints of others before you. My special needs son, Shayna, has testified here twice that Dr. Kim Arredondo threatened him in court not once, but 4 times. He testified before this board to the abuses he suffers that Dr. Kim Arredondo is and has been well aware of, as well as Dr. Kim Arredondo's inappropriate relationship with her good friend, that is his grandmother and his father's mother. I'm generally concerned that these complaints are not being taken seriously and that no investigation is truly happening. I hear so many speak out against what Dr. Kim Arredondo has done, and more victims are coming forward, new victims that have experienced the same travesty. I think at this point it's fair to ask, what is being done? Where does it end? You know as well as anyone who has read the many formal complaints that have been filed against Dr. Kim Arredondo that the evidence is vast and irrefutable, yet you fail to act. The evidence is there in all of these complaints. You have an ethical duty and a moral obligation to do something to help the protective mothers and their children by holding Dr. Kim Arredondo accountable for her actions and enforcing ethical standards that this council created. You have the power to revoke Dr. Kim Arredondo's license immediately. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you.
This is Jim Craig, and my comments will be very short. I just want to reiterate the abuses that not only Alyssa Karsagi, her children have gone through because of Kim Arredondo's reports, but also the abuse that Shane has gone through for many years by his father, with cigarette burns to his body, with black and blue marks, with claw marks on him, sexual abuse. It's just outrageous of the abuse that his father has applied to him as well too, and yet Dr. Kim Arredondo, in her report, has written the opposite, and intentionally. And it's just disgusting to see that someone of her stature and position get away with this. And the big concern I've got, this will be my last comment, is that the reports on Dr. Kim Arredondo from both Alyssa Karsagi and also from Wanda Patrick have been into the board for review with all of the massive amounts of evidence attached to it for well over a year. The only correspondence that I'm aware of from at least the board to Wanda Patrick is that there was a note saying that the investigation would be extended for 1 more year. That's unacceptable. And I would like to see if there's something that someone on this board, somebody, one person maybe, can step up and make a concerted effort to see that this investigation truly is given the weight that it deserves to rescue these children, these kids, from their abusers. I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you so much, Mr. Craig, and let me assure you that we have considered it all on an individual basis, and I think we've responded a number of times. I don't want you to think that nobody cares about what's happening. Our jurisdiction, however, is limited. And that's all I have to say. Go ahead.
Tara Coronado, do you have public comments you'd like to make?
My name is Tara Coronado, and I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to speak. I've been attending these meetings since the spring of 2019, when an email solicitation from one of your forensic psychologists was forwarded to me. The psychologist in question was asking for support against the mounting number of complaints being filed against her, and so I attended the meeting. Nearly 2 years later, I am exhausted. I will once again ask this board to review complaint cases before them that involve domestic violence, because the DV cycle of abuse is tragic. The abuser goes after his or her victim, then the finances, then the children, on repeat until something breaks the cycle. When my abuser was arrested in 2013 for assaulting me, he said, "If you cooperate with the prosecution, I will ruin your life. I will tell people you're crazy, I'll leave you penniless, and I will take the children away from you." And I can assure you he spent the next 2 years following through on his threat. My case was so egregious that it attracted significant media attention, and you'd be hard-pressed to speak with any national domestic violence organization that is not aware of my situation. Fortunately, with much support and pro bono attorney assistance, I was able to normalize the custodial arrangement. And after the publication of a national article this past summer, my life and the lives of my children have returned to a level of normalcy I wondered I would ever see again. My complaint before this board is the last piece of this bureaucratic nightmare. The elected officials who attempted to help shield my abuser's history of abuse have been voted out of office, and the other therapists heavily involved in this case, an LPC MFT, surrendered her license after a 5-year complaint process, which finally ended in late 2019. But as my complaint before this board continues to drag out due to continuances granted and failures to adhere to deadlines by the psychologist, I am exhausted. The complaint process is convoluted and difficult to navigate. The deference to non-action is palpable, as the board has failed or refuses to investigate these clusters of complaints, instead summarily dismissing dozens of complaints with absolutely no avenue for recourse. Over the last year, I've had the opportunity to speak with numerous national psychology organizations and boards like yours throughout the country. After lengthy conversations with insightful questions, I'm always asked, "Have you filed a complaint with the Texas board?" When I explain that many complaints have been filed and dismissed, their response is always the same. They are shocked. The publicly disseminated email solicitation for help alone is grounds for sanctions related to unprofessional conduct in most jurisdictions. And that goes without mentioning the recent blog article the psychologist posted, both of which have been shared with this board. The fact that the psychologist in question was an employee of the board only muddies the water. The optics are not good, nor is the complaint process. I understand the board is facing a myriad of issues, but sanctioning practitioners who sell biased reports to the highest bidder is an issue that needs to be addressed. And the clusters of complaints should be reviewed in bulk. Like medical boards who were able to root out doctors who were overprescribing opiates through the complaint process, this board has an obligation to sanction its members when they operate outside the statutory guidelines of their profession.
That's 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Coronado.
Shane Balkin, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, I did. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, I'm sorry, Shanna. I'm sorry.
Shayna, that's all right. I go by whatever you want to call me. I appreciate being able to talk here before you guys today. I am here on behalf of Elisa Karsagi, but also all the other families who have children in her situation. I'm a mother, a native Texan, a current Texas resident. I've also worked as a teacher of young children as well. And to say I'm disturbed by what's happening with these children would be a gross understatement. I'm sorry, I wrote something down. I just lost my place for a moment. I know that by now y'all are familiar with the situation. You're aware of the countless people who have spoken about Elisa's character and that she's an incredibly loving person, that there's no question about her ability to care for children. You've heard the testimony of the child himself from another family about the abuse he himself has suffered because of Dr. Kim Arredondo's reports. I think it doesn't seem like you need any more information about the situation. What I don't know if you're aware of is that Elisa and others have been told explicitly that you and only you can stop this abuse that's happening due to Dr. Kim Arredondo's fraudulent reports. You're literally the last place that they can turn to for help. I just don't, I'm sure everybody feels like their hands are tied, but I don't understand how someone can hear these allegations and be told that they're the last and only line of defense to protect these children, and yet nothing is happening while these children's lives are at risk. The primary concern we're addressing is obviously investigating Dr. Kim Arredondo, but equally concerning is the lacking accountability and responsibility from people in the system. And there's supposed to be a system in place here that's meant to ensure the safety of the children in this state. And yet when it comes down to it, there's not a single person who's doing what it takes to make sure these kids are not getting abused anymore. I just heard one of the board members say that the jurisdiction is limited. I'm not an expert in this, and I obviously don't know what exactly that means. And I'm sure that you guys do truly care, but something has to be able to be done. If Elisa is told in explicit terms that you are the only people who can help her, but you're saying the jurisdiction is limited, then what is going to happen to save these kids? It doesn't make sense. Something is wrong, and something needs to happen to get these kids protected and to make sure that nobody else is harmed due to Dr. Kim Arredondo's fraudulent reports or due to anybody. There needs to be a better system where kids can 100% be taken care of and protected. And the people who are causing this harm need to be held accountable. And somebody needs to be able to do something. And Elisa has been told on multiple occasions that that person is you guys, and that's it. There's no one else. So I hope that whatever is limiting you to act, you can figure something out, because you're it for her. And if you can't, then these kids are going to be abused forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Balkin.
Melinda Silver, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, I would. This is Melinda Silva. I'm not going to rehash what everybody else has said, which obviously is very poignant. But I will say from like an internal perspective, I see this as good versus evil, and God has given you guys the power to be able to truly show light and good over evil. And I just implore all of you to please look inside and obviously value what is true. And whatever it takes, please be God's ambassador and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Silver.
Sarah Chilton, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you so much. I have not been prepared to speak, but I just want to say I do not know Alyssa, but I send my condolences and I'm so sorry for what she has walked through. I have a friend that is terrified to speak on this call because she is per court order under to continue working with Kim Arredondo for the next year with her abuser and along with her children. Her children have been put in horrible situations with their abusive father. Kim has asked my friend not to continue forward with legal charges against the father because it might make the kids feel guilty. There has been so much terror in her life since Kim Arredondo has come into the life. There was so much pressure from the attorneys on both sides to use her, whereas we as friends read reviews and did not feel peaceful about this, but there was a lot of pressure. And at this point, there's a lot of regret for moving forward under her supposed care. She is, she makes fraudulent statements. Her reports are not accurate or correct. She harbors abusers. The extent of everything she has done has brought so much damage, and the fear and terror for my friend to speak out, and because she might lose her kids if she speaks against this woman, is terrifying and unholy. And I just want to say, I don't know all the legalities of everything, but I really implore you to move and to help advocate in our community for these women who are hurting. And whatever you can do, I just ask you find a way and do it. And I call for immediate termination of her license, because she is terrifying and destroying many families in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Chilton.
Austin Wilcox, do you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Howdy, my name is Austin Wilcox, and I'm an LPC associate applicant in waiting. I come from an MFT program background, and I've taken extra classes to ensure that I meet the requirements for licensure. There seems to be a language barrier between accreditation of classes between the LPC board division of BHAC, between Susanna Jenkins and Stephanie Woodruff. For example, I was informed that I was missing an addictions course when that course was listed as substance abuse on my transcripts. I've reviewed my classes with both of these workers, and they have accredited my courses differently. And each time I am forwarded to management for review, including Ms. Christina DeLuna, whom I have never heard from. The last contact that I heard from Ms. Stephanie Woodruff was that my application would be reviewed on February 12th during a board meeting. I would hate to take any more of the board's time than is necessary, certainly during a scheduled meeting, but I simply request that my application is reviewed by somebody who's informed about both LPC and MFT course requirements. My professors and I are both confused as to how these courses have not met the requirements as listed by the Texas Administrative Code, and why we seem to keep being passed forward to management for review with no end in sight. I can provide any information as necessary. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you,
Thanks, sir.
Mr.
I don't know if I'm going to get this name right. Judith Terjman? Judith Terjman, did you have public comments you'd like to make? Going once, going twice. I see you muting and unmuting yourself. You're trying, but you're not getting there. Okay, we got to move on. Okay, we got, Madam Chair, that's all of the ones with the raised hands. I've got to go down the list of phone calls now.
Thank you.
Caller, did you have public comments you'd like to make? Hearing nothing, moving on.
I think I see Mr. Terjman again.
Yeah, I'll jump back up there in just a second. Caller, did you have public comments you'd like to make? Caller, did you have public comments you would like to make? And caller, did you have public comment that you would like to make? Okay, Judith Terjman, are you with us? Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Okay, Madam Chair, that's all the public comment.
Thanks so much, and thanks to all of you for participating and for taking the better part of your morning doing that. We'd like next to go to item 4 on the agenda, review and approval of the minutes from prior meetings. Board members, those are in your packets. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes as submitted? If not, I'll entertain a motion to pass. I mean, approve, sorry.
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes.
Thanks, Dr. Fletcher. Is there a second?
This is Brian Brumley. I'll make a motion to second.
Thank you, Mr. Brumley. All those in favor of the motion to approve the minutes as submitted, signify by raising your hand so that we can, oh, we need to say aye.
Need to say, yeah.
Yeah. Aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Hearing no opposed, the minutes pass as submitted. Thank you. Item 5 is discussion about whether to transition from written minutes to audio or video recordings of these meetings, of open meetings. Daryl, are there any comments that you'd like to make or suggestions?
The one thing I wanted to, the reason this is on the agenda is minutes take a lot of staff time to prepare. We have to re-review the recordings, go over this stuff. You draft it, you edit it, you review it, then we have to bring it to you guys. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of time we spend. And when you look at the law allows us to either use written minutes or audio recordings. And I'm like, why are we doing this the hard way is what it seems like to me, when I could use my time and my staff time elsewhere. But I understand some people just like to have written minutes. So, but what I'm asking the council to do is I would like us to switch over to audio recordings, saving the audio recordings or the video recordings, and rely on those as our minutes, or at the very least, let's switch down to the condensed version of the minutes that I sent y'all, rather than the full length version. So y'all need to decide what you want to do. Brenda and I can answer any questions about what it takes to prepare minutes and what have you, but there are just better uses of my time, candidly.
My concern is the public. Our meetings are long, and there's certainly a summary does the job, but how would that affect a public member having to sit and listen to a 2 or 3 hour audio recording rather than read a couple of pages? I think the summary is fine, and maybe and the detail could be heard in the audio if there's something that is concerning. How long, I've only served on the council a year now. How long do the meetings normally last?
Usually a minimum of 2 hours.
Right.
We've had some go up to, I think, 7 or maybe 8 hours.
What do the rest of you think?
Daryl, is this a change that's being pursued on other state boards?
The nursing board is looking at it because they're kind of in the same situation we are, and they have a much bigger board, so it becomes more problematic keeping track of who did what in the meeting. I polled the other HPC agencies just to see who was doing what. Kathy, the nursing board, is the only one that responded to me, so I couldn't tell you what the others actually do.
Okay.
I think TDLR still uses minutes, and the reason I say that is because the young lady that we had helping us out when we were over at TDLR, I think she did the minutes for them as well. So they use a condensed version of minutes rather than the long version that we've been using. I don't know if they do it for their like TDLR commission or if they're just doing minutes for the advisory boards. I didn't think to ask them about that.
Daryl, I've got a question to what Chair Canseco was talking about. Is there a way, if they are a recording, that you could bookmark or delineate some way where you were? Like if somebody only wanted to go to the part they were interested in, they could have it marked and they could just zip over to it?
There probably is. You just went over my technical capability.
That's why I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah, there probably is some way. I know there's bound to be a way to do it.
Like a hyperlink? Is that
yeah,
what
you have to create the hyperlinks into it. I've seen that on YouTube where you can jump to different parts of the video. I'm not. Here's one thing that we also have to worry about. If we go the audio or video recording only, I got to figure out a way to shrink the size of those files so I can get them uploaded to the website. We have, I think, WordPress, which is what we use to publish our website. They have 150 meg file limitation size on what I can upload. The audio, we could probably get there. The video, like our last meeting, I don't know. I mean, I think it'd be difficult to get video recordings of the meetings on the website. Now we have them. If people want to see them, they can just do an open records request and I'll just fire off a link to them to the video so they can download it. So that's not a problem. But I know probably what y'all's big concern is you're going to want access to it on the website.
Daryl, could you not just post it in YouTube and embed it on the website?
Probably could. I've never used YouTube that way. I've only used it to figure out how to unscrew something up once I've screwed it up.
Hey, Stephen Hallbauer's got a teenage daughter. She can help.
These meetings are a little long for TikTok.
Carol, I had a question. How are the audio recordings stored? And what happens if a glitch and up procedure for storing these?
Yeah, Janine, you're kind of breaking up there on the audio, but I think what you're asking is kind of data protection. How do we make sure that we keep this stuff? And I keep a copy on my hard drive on my laptop, and then we have two separate external hard drives that we save the recordings on, and they're multiple terabytes each on them. So these recordings are just nothing as far as file size, but we have backups there that we keep. We don't keep, I'll tell y'all this, I don't keep them on our file server, which is housed at the state data center. And the reason being is they chew up so much space. I use that for our actual, the Word docs and the letters and stuff we send out. That stuff is actually saved on the file server. I don't keep this stuff on the file server.
Well, in terms of public access, I think it sounds like we need to know a little bit more about our capacity before we make some decisions. But I wonder if we could have you look into the possibility of how and if we can make audio recordings available, which would provide the detail folks in the public need, and a condensed version of the minutes so that you wouldn't have to write pages and pages, but the primary topics or issues would be found. My instinct is that within those minutes, there could be a hyperlink built into a timed portion of the audio. So for instance, it's 10:12 now and we're on item 5. You might be able to insert a hyperlink that takes you to that point in the video, but we need some expert or IT savvy person to tell us if that can be done, how that can be done, and then you can determine whether we have the capacity. And if y'all are in agreement with a report back to us, then perhaps we could put this back on the agenda. I'm not sure what the procedural requirement is for that. Here, I'll lean on you to tell me. What do you think of that approach?
Gloria, let me see if I'm understanding you correctly. What if we, maybe let me just suggest something. What if we went with the condensed version of the minutes right now, and then let me try to work out some more on the tech side of it to figure out what it's going to take to kind of go the direction y'all are wanting to go on the audio and the video recording side. But at least that will get us away from these long tomes of meeting minutes that we're having to do right now. And that'll help ease the workload a little bit.
It'll also help our staff more efficiently address the needs of the people we serve.
Yeah, and then once I've studied the tech side of it a little bit more, I'll put it back on the agenda once I feel like I've kind of got a good command of, because I think I understand what y'all are wanting.
Well, actually, it was kind of just me. What do the rest of you think? Are the rest of you in agreement with that approach? Do you have a consent? Is there anyone who? Yeah. Yes, Janine. Is there anyone who thinks that there might be a better approach than what I've just suggested?
I would agree it's a good approach. I also would just offer Mr. Spinks that there's a YouTube video on how to save a YouTube video on a website. There's actually there's a share link. And so I've done it a lot, and sometimes they change the way they do it, but I'll be happy to send that to you. because I think it will save you a lot of time.
Okay.
Great. Then unless someone objects, I think we have consensus about this approach. Daryl, do we need a motion for that? Or do you just, how does that work?
Well, if y'all could give me just a motion and a quick vote so that I can point to somewhere and say, this is where I can move to the condensed version of the minutes for now.
So I'm happy to entertain such a motion if someone wants to make it.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second the motion.
Please and thank you, George. The motion has been made to authorize Daryl and company to provide us a condensed version of the minutes henceforth and to investigate how best to make an audio version available to us and to the public we serve. Do I have that right? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Hearing nothing, I assume that that is approved as stated. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hey, Daryl, to be clear, the condensed version of the minutes is almost like a table of contents for what's contained in the recording. Am I understanding that correctly?
That it is kind of how it functions or how it ends up being. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's comfortable with completely doing away with some sort of written form of summary of our meetings. But the audio should always be like the definitive, or the video should always be the definitive version of what happened. And now these condensed minutes will be a high-level summary, but also reference the points in the video so that if it actually needed to be reviewed, somebody could find it based on the location of where it is in the condensed minutes.
Well, I'm not planning on putting the annotations about where you go in the recording in the condensed minutes right now. That's not what
we're just going to look into that.
Yes. Yes. Okay. That's where I'm seeing that y'all are wanting to go. I need to reduce this workload that we've got right now.
Okay. I think everybody's interest in just making it as easy as possible for the public to be able to find a point in the meeting if they have a question on what occurred or what a vote was or what the discussion was. Yeah. Just as easy as possible is my goal.
Okay. Gotcha.
Thanks.
Can I piggyback on that comment for a second also? There was a comment in the public comments this morning, and it's been made before, where somebody made the statement, the council is overwhelmed. I just want to acknowledge that I don't have a sense at all that, I'll speak for myself, I'm not overwhelmed. I don't have a sense from the staff at all that it's about being overwhelmed. So I think it's about how to be efficient and accomplish numerous goals. And one of them is to make sure information is available to the public, to people who have a license by any of these boards, to make sure that we're using our resources efficiently. And so I just don't want it to go unstated that your request, Mr. Spinks, is a very expected request for a board that wants to run efficiently and accomplish all those goals, rather than a reflection of that we're overwhelmed, because that's not a word that I think anyone on the council has used or any of the staff members have used. It's expected with the kind of transition we've been through. And I, for one, am very proud of how efficient everything has been, and our desire to continue to make it efficient for the staff to accomplish the things many people have commented on today, that they feel the timeline has been too long. We're looking for efficiency, not to manage feeling overwhelmed. So I just don't want that to go unnoticed.
Thank you, Dr. Fletcher. Well said. And I apologize for having to mute so often. You know, today's the day the tree trimmers decide to work right outside the window. I apologize. I'm going to continue to mute and on and off, but I'm listening to everything that is said. I apologize. If there are no other comments on item 5, we can move on to item 6. Are there any other comments on agenda item 5? And then let's move on to item 6, and in about 10 minutes, we'll take a mid-morning break. Discussion and approval of policies regarding ethics and division of responsibilities. Daryl, could you tell us a little bit about what that's about?
Sure. This is a statutorily required policy that we have to have. And what really brought it to my attention was whenever I had to do the post-sunset and having to respond to a post-sunset audit, which is where they come in and ask you, hey, here's all the things that you're supposed to be doing or that you should have already done. Where are you at on them? And the only thing that we really hadn't accomplished, we'd done all the rulemaking, basically everything else. I hadn't done the policies yet. So that's what we're doing here today, trying to fill in those gaps by adopting the statutorily required policies. We have two that we have to do: the policy on ethics and then the policy on the division of responsibilities. So you've got both those, and I think I've given you the statutory authority behind them in there as well.
Are those included in our meeting packets?
They are, yes.
What item is that?
They're going to be 6.
6.
Yeah, 6.2 is the division of responsibilities, and 6.3 is the ethics policy.
And is there a need to read them, or can we?
The ethics policy is a template that the Attorney General prepares. So you need to have a really good reason if you're going to vary from that. The other one I borrowed from TSBEP. That was a policy that TSBEP had. It was very similar. I had to make some changes to it, obviously, but that one you've got a little more leeway on. You've got some more authorship rights on that one if you want to make any changes.
Thank you. Members, if you've had a chance to go through them, are there any questions or concerns about the documents presented in the meeting packet? Any questions or concerns?
And you can change those at any time. I mean, unlike rulemaking, you don't have to publish that. Those policies, unlike a rule focuses on outside the agency, people outside the policies are directives to yourselves and to staff. So that doesn't have to go through the rulemaking process. You just adopt it and change it at your leisure, at your convenience.
Thank you. A good distinction to know are that there are no more questions or concerns. Going once, going twice. Anybody have any remarks? If not, I'll entertain a motion to submit items regarding ethics and division of responsibilities as submitted.
Madam Chair, I offer that motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Janine. The motion has been made and seconded to approve as submitted. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes as submitted. With your permission, I'd like to hold maybe a 10-minute break. It's 10:22 in the morning, and we can resume it in about 10 minutes at 10:32, if that's all right. We don't need a motion to do that, do we, Daryl?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
You don't.
Let's take a break. Thank you. I'm going to start the recording.
We're ready, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. It's 10:36, and we're starting again. What am I supposed to say? And the meeting, we're back from the break at the meeting of the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council. I believe we're on item 7, the report from Daryl on the status of agency operations and deficiencies.
Sure. And we do have a quorum present. I know Mr.
Yes. Let's see. John is muted, but is there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, sir. We have a quorum present.
Okay. All right. The first thing I want to go over on the report is I included in the materials to you guys the bills that I'm tracking. It's just an FYI. If you've got any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer anything I can. There's probably 40 or 50 bills, I think, in that list right now that I'm tracking. Nothing structural about the agency in any of the bills. In other words, they're not changing up the structure or the actual, nothing that touches the operational statutes of BHEC or its member boards. There is some stuff that would impact us, but nothing directly. The next item that I want to jump to is the quarterly, the first quarter performance measures for fiscal year 2020. We've got those in the board packet for you there, or the meeting packet. One thing I would point out is on some of these measures, and let me share my screen here.
Oh, good.
On some of these, or actually on all of these, it's important to remember that, why is this? I can see all of you at the same time here. These are, I mean, I have to submit these to the governor's office every quarter, or the council does. The individual boards don't have to, because overall they're looking at our performance overall as an agency, not based on the individual boards. One thing I want to point out is the targets that are established in these quarterly performance measures are really not BHEC's. Those are actually the psych board's targets. We just didn't, the LBB, we didn't have BHEC's targets to do whenever BHEC was first created, so they just carried over psych boards. We have since updated those, asked the LBB to update those targets and adjusted them. For example, the number of new licenses issued in this first quarter, right? The psych board's target is 600 over the year. We issued almost 1,800 licenses in the first quarter, so obviously we blew past what psychology would have done. Those will be adjusted once the new budget comes out for the 2022-2023 biennium. Those performance measures will get adjusted there. So if you're wondering,
congratulations, that's
yeah,
excellent.
yeah. So if you're wondering why we're either blowing past or not hitting our target measures, that's why, because we're using.
Mr. Spinks, this is George Francis. I guess the question I would ask here is, yes, that is great news to see that we're blowing through, and it's great news that we're helping. But the question is, what do we have capacity to produce? I mean, so 1789, are we doing that while running everyone at 100% overtime? Or are we doing that within the scope of the resources that we have? Are we doing that and we still have 10% left? I mean, give me some idea of what that number means in terms of how it's impacting the team and the team's capability to do this.
It's 100% of what we actually have available to us right now. We're not doing OT anymore. We've stopped OT.
Okay.
Because the number of vacant, what we were doing is cannibalizing the salaries from the vacant positions to pay for the OT. But now that those number of vacant positions have dwindled down, it's not really feasible any longer to do OT. And as you've talked about in the past, and I agree, OT is not a solution, a long-term solution. It's just a temporary patchwork. So
this 1789 was created with everybody working their day job and working OT to get to this number.
Yes. But you also have to remember that at that time that we didn't have as many FTEs, or you didn't have as many people actually employed at the time. So you got to take that into account.
And you've been onboarding since then, is that correct?
Correct. Don't look at the 600. Really, I don't want. Okay, I start to say I don't want y'all looking at that. This is really the number you need to be looking at right here, the 7,000. So that's what we need to that's what we need to hit at the end of the year. That's our goal, to hit 7,000 licenses issued each year. And this is what we've done here in the first quarter. So,
but if we're hitting 1789 rounded for easy math to 1,800, so that's 7,200 that we would be on pace for, but that's 7,200 with overtime and incomplete staff. So is 7,000 realistic? Is that a good number to hit with a fully populated staff that's not working overtime during this tenure, during this period?
I think it is, because when we develop these numbers, it's based off of full staffing and not relying on OT. You have to look at what we did is we looked to see, well, what were y'all doing over at HHSC with the staffing that you had, and what were we doing here at Psych Board? And you have to kind of break it down on well, how many licenses or how many applications on a per person basis, and then you reverse engineer that number from that. Is how we come to that figure. So yeah, I mean, I think it is a doable number.
Okay.
I think we'll hit it. I think we'll hit that. The number of licenses renewed, again, don't pay attention to that. We're shooting to renew 40,000 licenses over the year. So here's what we've done the first quarter.
Excellent.
This is where we're going to, Mr. Francis, this is where we're going to get into when we get into the enforcement side, where we're probably not going to hit the marks. And it's not because of a staffing issue really, per se. It's more of just the workload we inherited.
The backlog specifically.
Yeah, the backlog specifically. And here's really, this is going to be the bad number. This is the one that's going to make everybody shift.
One second, please. If you go back, so first, before we got to the complaints, the other one, we were only on target to hit 36,000 as you were flashing the number through, and the target is 40,000. But if we are at roughly 9,000 now for one quarter, that, linear, that puts us at 36,000. So that means it's either going to pick up for the next 3 quarters. So why are you as comfortable to say that we're going to hit that? Because that means we're 10% off of where we should be right now, just doing quick mental math.
Just historically, how the agencies have performed is what I'm basing it off of. The best indicator on future performance is past performance. So, I'm just basing it off of what we've all done in the past.
And this is October to December, correct? Of 2020.
This is going to be, yeah, the first quarter is going to be September.
Sorry.
September through November.
Right. I'm on a calendar year in my brain. So
yeah. And our fiscal year is different from the federal government. So
sure. And then the first quarter is also 2 weeks shorter than every other quarter.
Yeah. And to answer your question, Ms. Francis, I know what you're looking at. You do that math in your head and you're like, oh, that doesn't hit the 40,000 if you multiply that number out times 4. I get what you're saying there, but you also have to account on, we're just standing it up. Everything's becoming operational. Things are going to get better. The longer things are going to smooth out, the longer we go. If we don't hit it, then we don't hit it, and we have to adjust our performance measures downward to what we actually meet in the end, to what we can actually do in the end. That's the solution if you can't hit that. But you're making these, we set these figures based off of what we think we can do.
Sure.
So if we're wrong, we're wrong. You don't want to be so wrong, that you're 10,000 off or something like that. But I don't think we're going to be that far off. If we miss it, we'll miss it and we'll have to adjust our math next biennium.
The next one you were showing in terms of the investigations, please.
The complaints resolved or the average time?
This one right here, please.
Okay.
So the complaints resolved. Is this a function of, were some of the positions that we filled, would they directly impact this metric?
Yes.
So we should be seeing this number increase over the next 3 quarters then?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
you should see greater performance over each of the coming 3 quarters than what you saw before, because people are, number one, you're going to be bringing more investigators on, because if you looked ahead in the application materials or packet materials, you'll see the enforcement staff where we have the vacancies. So we're trying to fill those now. As those staff come on board and as staff learn, as the investigators learn the various rules across all the boards, this is going to improve. You're going to see more complaints resolved per investigator. So that number should increase.
So how many more investigators that we bring on? Because this is about a 20% increase that we would need to see over the next 3 quarters. Which is 1 in 5. So we have 5 investigators. We would have needed to add 1 investigator to be able to have enough resources to be able to do this. Is that the ratio that we added investigators?
Well, hold on. Since we're jumping ahead, let me pull that up.
Thank you, sir.
I got to find it here.
While Daryl's looking, let me reiterate then. Right now, our goals are based on estimates of prior work, but we have the additional burden of standing up an agency and onboarding new folks with learning new responsibilities. Just as a, what do y'all think? To me, achieving 85% of a goal, especially one that's not based on prior work within this council, that sounds like success to me. What is your feeling on that? So for a new goal based on other data, 85% to me would mean we're doing pretty damn well for the first year. Oops, can I say damn at a public meeting? Too late.
Madam Chair, as you know, many of my roots are Detroit based, so I the least of my concerns in this world, if that's all I ever heard. But I'm of a slightly different opinion because theoretically, all the organizations have been operating towards this. And so if anything, we should have greater efficiencies bringing everything together. So if we only hit 85%, I would be tremendously disappointed. I would think that we should be able to hit greater by far than 85%. And having this as one of the key areas that the legislature was not happy with us about in terms of in processing, I can't imagine that they would be happy to see us at 85%. And so I would be concerned. That's my humble opinion. I know there's 8 other people, so.
What number would you, I mean, just guessing, what would you be shooting for?
I would be shooting anywhere north of 92 to 95. Okay. I mean, you've got, because I look at it as percentage of attainment, right? So if you set a goal out there, what is your percentage of attainment? We can explain away 5% or 8% in inefficiencies of starting up a new organization as we state, or having to hire because we have attrition, because of COVID, any number of factors, but we've got to be in the 90s because we've already been doing this.
Sure.
The only difference is that we're just doing it underneath one roof with one organization.
Right, and I'm thinking about justifying a budget for that 6th employee you mentioned, but go ahead. Good to know. What other folks, any comments on what you know?
I have a question to piggyback on that because I'm trying to consider what variables influence that number. And isn't one of the variables that influences that number something we're not in control of? And that is members of the public who make a complaint who don't give everything they need to give or aren't as responsive in a timely manner to when they're asked to give more information, because some of these variables are not in our control, even if we had 100 investigators.
Correct.
I
So what
didn't think of
proceedings, you know, you can't resolve if a licensee says, I'm not going to accept anything that y'all are saying, then you have to go to SOA. So that's going to reduce your complaints resolved for a given quarter. You know, it'll put them off to another quarter.
I'm more concerned
there's a lot of
about
stuff that's out of our control that impacts whether or not you can resolve the number of complaints that you currently have pending.
Because I know there are timelines in 30 days, 60 days, things like that are outlined for the person who's the licensee that we receive a complaint about, and then the person from the public who makes the complaint. That I know there's timelines. I'm interested in how long it takes if there's complaints from 2016, 2017 that are still part of that. I'm worried about the length of time it takes, maybe more than I am this number. And I just want to make sure we're also considering the variables we're not in control of.
But Daryl, that variable is something that's been consistent and constant through everyone's process. I mean, nothing has changed that would impact that variable. It's always been the case where people respond when they respond with what they respond with. So unless something has happened where we're getting, how do you phrase this properly? We're getting more responses without complete information, then that should already be worked into the process.
Part of the problem, Mr. Francis, what we're finding out is that the investigations that were done at HHSC are not what is needed to actually resolve the complaint. Our investigators are having to go back in, re-review the complaint, then the attorneys are having to look at it. Absolutely nothing was done on the ones that were supposed to go over to SOA. And when I mean nothing, I mean nothing. I've got a complaint from 08 or 09 right now that's the oldest one we have that's going to have to go over to SOA. That should have been resolved years ago. But nothing, HHSC didn't touch anything. And so we're actually having to go back in and redo some of the stuff that was done over at HHSC to make sure that we don't have witness statements. We don't even know where the witnesses are. we don't have a lot of the key components that you need to make a case. So we're having to go back in and do all that again. That's going to slow down the number of complaints that you can resolve. Now, some of the things we're trying to do, just kind of give the public some assurance of what we're doing, is when you have a respondent with multiple complaints against them, what I instituted just last week was, look, once you send the first case involving that respondent up to the legal division for review, I want you to bundle, or before you do it, I want you to bundle all the current complaints we have pending against that individual. Go ahead and investigate them, then bundle them all together, send it over to the legal division so that they can try and work out some sort of global deal, if at all possible. Because one of the things we were running into is one complaint would come over, the lawyers would look it up and go, well, crud, this person's got 5 other complaints pending against them. That's going to impact my offer on this particular complaint. All of that stuff affects the number of complaints we can resolve. So it's not as simple. It's not a simple equation. There's a lot of moving parts in this.
Okay, so I guess the question then becomes, if we're looking at cases that old, how likely is it that we're going to resolve them? And I say that if based on the severity of the case, if it's something where somebody has been injured in some way, shape, or form, then yes, I think we need to continue to still pursue it. But are we able to use some judgment and make the call that we're better off in some particular instances not pursuing something that's 10 years old and putting those resources on more recent things to process through more cases?
We are doing exactly.
Perspective?
We are doing that. That's exactly what we're doing. Reaching back out to, if we can determine who the ISC panel members were, the disciplinary committee members were, from way back when. More than likely they're not still here, but we're trying to figure out, revisiting, going back, hey, do you guys still want to do this? Because here's the warts on the case. I can't find these witnesses. This wasn't done, whatever the case may be. We're taking those steps, but all of that takes time to run those traps. It's a big mess, is what it is, and we're trying to untangle some of the knots and try to get through the backlog as quickly as we can. I mean, that's all I can tell you, but there's no easy way to do it other than to just put your shoulder into it and just, you got to review them one at a time. I mean, you just do. That's the only way to do it.
Yep. Thank you.
You had asked Ms. Francis about the number of positions.
Adding another individual? Yes.
Yeah. Can y'all see this? I'm trying to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, the enforcement positions. This details who we have and who where the vacant positions are. This is a typo. That should be 6 instead of 8 right there. But this shows you how many investigators we have and how many vacant positions we've got. So we got 3 vacant temp investigator positions. I think we had 2 temporary investigators and we went ahead and moved them on up to full-time, is what I think we did. We got a couple of vacant investigator 3s. So it looks like we got 5 total. 5 total.
5 out of how many total investigators, please?
Total positions 24. And that's counting admins too. I think we have a couple of admins. 2 admins.
So that puts you just above the ratio of 1 to 5, which is what's needed to hit that metric. So it sounds like your staff is in very good shape to be able to do that. So barring any of these 2008 cases that just burn huge amounts of time and resources trying to chase things down, then that one should be in good shape.
Okay, let's see here. Oh crud, I wasn't done sharing that screen. You talk about. Okay, can you guys see the complaints resolved again? Okay.
Yes.
This next one is the average complaint resolution time. This is the one that's always painful to talk about. Ignore that number. That's TSBPs. That's the psych board's old number. Here's what out of all the complaints we resolved, when you average out the number of days it took, that's what it took to do it, over almost 1,200 days to resolve complaints. Our target is 800 days. That's what we're shooting for. That number is even high. That number needs to go down over time. But we tried to be a little more, I guess you could say, realistic. We knew we were going to inherit quite a bit of a backlog. Is a little worse than what we were thinking, but the target should be 800 days. We're at 1,200. As more staff come on, as the staff learn the process more, the BHEC process is a new process for everybody. So it's just taking us a little bit of time to learn it. But as we learn it, as more staff come on, these numbers should come down. I feel confident that they will.
So Daryl, in this particular situation, that number will probably only be impacted by one of two things. It'll probably be impacted by the tail of the numbers. So those cases that are the longest cases, those cases that are 10 years, 12 years out, that's what's bringing up that artificial date, yes, the 1,190 days to resolve. So unless those tails, the cases in the tail fall off, that number, you can add in all the new cases you want. It's not going to be materially impacted immediately. The only other way to impact that number is new cases that come in. If they can be disposed of as quickly as possible, then that too will bring it down, but it won't bring it down nearly as fast as getting rid of those tails.
That's right. That's exactly
right.
The
plan has to be, how do you get rid of the tails to get that 1,190 anywhere near that 275?
Right. And that's why we're using kind of the pincer approach, like we've talked about before, and why I've also implemented when you guys hit one of those old ones and you see that respondent has multiple other cases, go ahead and group all those other cases and then send that over to legal so that we can knock all of that out as fast as we can. That's the strategy we're employing to try to chew through this. We debated internally about, do we want to put staff on the front end of it, the new cases coming in, and just let them stack up? And we went back and forth. We went with the pincer approach. That was what we felt like would be the best. We just felt like if we didn't do that, you'd have a lot of angry people. You're going to have angry people all throughout. At least with the pincer approach, you won't have as many angry people over here on the new side. These folks are already mad. I mean, I just have to look at it realistically. They're already mad. These folks will get mad if we don't get on their cases. So that's what I'm trying to mitigate there.
I almost think, Daryl, we're better off as an organization explaining this number in two ways. I think we have to explain it, the 95th percentile. The bulk of the things that we do actually only take us 119 days. And so we report out on that number so people can really see what it looks like. Now, if you add in everything, including the tails that have been here for years, then that's what blows that number up to 1,190 days. But unless we articulate those two different numbers, I think we leave ourselves very vulnerable in that the organization is actually doing a worse job with the average time compared to the individual organizations. And so I think we have to be able to better articulate and explain what's going on. Otherwise, we're going to be very open to criticism on this one.
Well, you can't really do that in performance measures, what you're talking about, because what the LBB is looking at, we don't have a performance measure for a segment of our complaints. That's not, I don't know that we can do that with the LBB and performance measures. Now, publicly, can you do that? Yeah, I think you probably could. But what we're talking about here are the actual performance measures that the LBB sets for us. So I'd have to talk with them about it, but I'm not sure that the LBB, I'm not sure they're going to suffer from the same confusion that, just the general public would if they looked at that number and said, good God, y'all are taking, 1,200 days to resolve a complaint. I'm not sure the LBB would suffer from that same kind of confusion. And that's really what this is geared towards. It tells the LBB and the governor's office, who all understand what goes on into coming up with these numbers. That's the target audience for this document.
What I would ask you to bring back to the next meeting, please, Daryl, would be how many cases do we have in the tail that's dragging that number to 1190? What does the tail look like? How many cases and what is the average length of time for those complaints? I would be curious to see what we have to really tackle, because I don't have a sense of the load of work that has to occur here, or what needs to occur to get that 1190 down to 800 or down to 275.
Basically,
we can't see that without seeing the curve.
What you're asking me though is to identify on the timeline
Right.
where if I stop counting cases past this and just look forward from that point, where does that get us to 800 days or less, or whatever number you pick as your target?
Well, I'm asking to look at the 95th percentile, right? So if we look at the 95th percentile and we're still looking at 800 or 900 days average time to complaint, we know we have a bigger issue, that our issue is no longer just about the cases that have been sitting out there for 12 to 15 years. We then know that we have an issue in our process in terms of how we're investigating things and the length of time it takes us to investigate. So we would have to approach it multiple ways. But if we look at it and we look at the 95th percentile and that tail that's hanging out there, and we take that off and we see that the number drops down drastically, then we know it's just that tail hanging out there, which is causing us to be out of performance, to be out of compliance.
Help me understand this 95th percentile you're talking about. Tell me how I guess I don't understand that.
So,
for success. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you just look at a standard set of data, right, and you just put it on a normal curve, on that normal curve, that part that comes and just starts hanging out here, we need to take that block and look at what it is, right? So that we can see the majority of the curve and how long it's taking us. The majority of the curve is just what's the real number that people experience on a daily basis. Right. Very few people are experiencing 1190 days. I just don't believe that's the case. But the people out here, they are experiencing that. And so one thing to do is to be able to take that and show that and explain, here's how many cases are out here. Here's what's dragging our number out. If we take that out and everything looks normal, 800, 275, whatever that number is, we're in good shape. If we look at that number and we still take out that part that's all the way over here on the right-hand side of that curve, and we still have an abnormally high average here, then we know that the problem is both sits inside of how we're processing them, and the problem sits outside in the length of the cases that have been out there for years. That's all I'm saying.
Right, sure. So that top 5% represents exceptions. You're capping it. Right. I think that's a great idea. It's work, but it's a great idea. And it gives us a more accurate view of how efficient our staff is.
It just lets us know where our real problem is.
I'm going to have to.
This number that we're looking at, we can't tell if it's a process issue or if it's just we've got cases that have been hanging out there forever that we don't know about. We don't know which one it is. So first we have to determine that, and we have to be able to articulate and explain that, because this was a huge issue with the legislature.
Sure.
I'm going to have to.
I can work with you with that, Daryl. I have a spreadsheet that will help with that tremendously. It's just a matter of plugging in those numbers.
Daryl, I have a question. Would it be helpful for BHEC to have a chart like you've done for TSBEP that talks about it by year? So like at one point we saw an outlier of like one that was from 2008. So we could see in columns, and you gave that to the board when it was just related to the psychology board. And that helped us answer the questions I think that are being asked right now.
Well, we have, are you talking about, let's see here, this report? Is that what you were talking about?
I know yes, that's it.
That's it. So George would be looking at maybe those top maybe 2009 to 2012, maybe even 13. When you look at those are really exceptions. And the curve, you measure the curve in two ways, from 14 to 21, and then separately from 9 to 13. And you're going to see how, as those numbers reduce, how effective we are.
So my question would be is, Daryl, when you were saying there are some that have just been sitting, should have gone to SOA, where is that reflected in this chart? Where
All of these right here that you see that say 10 going to SOA, all of those HHSC didn't do anything on.
because I think for me as a board member of TSBEP, this assisted me with what George's questions are, to be able to ask the right questions, have the data and monitor it, because you're going to fill in those other two columns as we go along. You're cleaning up a mess of inactivity, if I can be so bold.
Yeah.
And so in cleaning up the mess of inactivity, we're going to see some improvement. The expectation will see some improvement in third quarter as we progress in 2021. And that will track it because of the outliers.
And these numbers may actually increase as staff review the cases, or attorneys try to negotiate a deal and can't get a deal. These numbers may go up.
Right, because they're being dealt with, and now we can identify where they
Right.
belong.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, where do you want me to draw the line? And if I'm bringing this, I'm going to have to get with y'all after the meeting. I don't want to try to do this during the meeting.
Yeah.
But
the short answer is probably for where it's less than 5 starting. So 08 to 13. Those are the exceptions to me.
Okay.
But let's talk. Yeah, I agree. Let's talk about it afterward.
Okay.
So unfortunately, Daryl, in just doing mental math and looking at the numbers here, our problem really does sit in two buckets. A, our process is long. I mean, because those files, those cases from 2020, 2019, 2018, I mean, 2020 would be a year, so 365 days. 2019 would be another year, so 720 days. And then 2018, you're now pushing 1,000 days for 2018. So the problem isn't just in our tail. The problem's also in the process, looking at this very briefly.
Daryl, if I can weigh in, I appreciate what you were saying about approaching this as a pincher approach, because you're not only lopping off the tails, but in one way of looking at it is you're preventing these other more new tails from occurring, and that's going to help everybody. Yeah. So I support you on that.
Thank you, Ben.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Gloria, I'll get with you after the meeting, and let's see, maybe we can get with George and figure out. Y'all help me understand what it is that you're.
Thanks, but this is really good work. You've got the data right there. It's just a matter of looking at it differently.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay. So, back on the performance measures. So that the numbers are what they are. That's what we're looking at there. That should improve over time. That's it on the performance measure reports there. Let's see. The next item on it, we'll jump into, I tell you what, so we can stick with since we're on performance and efficiency rather than jumping into the financials just right now. Let's jump back up. Let's talk about, I want to show you all the performance measure calculations. What this is, what I'm about to show you, this is actually the worksheet that Jenny and I use. I'm showing you our homework. I'm showing you our work like I used to do in high school. How we come to those figures that are on the quarterly performance measure report. I just do this because it gives you a little more breakdown, shows you a little more detail. And there are some figures in here that don't show up on the quarterly performance measures. I think they may they may show up later on the annual, if I'm not mistaken. I can't recall right now. This is one that I know everybody's interested in, the licensing backlog. And so this is one that I really wanted y'all to see. This is the calculations right now, the average number of days it takes to resolve an application. The first 4 here are psychology, and you've got the LPCs, of course, the MFTs, and then social work. The ones that are bolded, those are ones that we tend to have more control over. We don't have complete control over them, but we have more control over them. The ones like the social work license right here, this big one, this is one where we're waiting on somebody to complete an exam. And what we're measuring is from the day we actually receive the application, whatever it is, until the day it's either approved or the license is issued. So some of that may be us taking time to process it. Other parts of that time period may be us waiting on the applicant to get us something. The goal is, though, we want to get way down, way lower than this, but you can only do so much. But anyway, I just wanted y'all to see that so that you would kind of have some idea of what those times were and try to answer any questions y'all may have on that. I think that's it on that. Yeah. The next one that I wanted to show y'all so that folks will understand. Look, let me just be candid. Things are getting better. I'm just going to tell y'all right now, they are. I know if you're stuck in the machine, it doesn't feel like it or it doesn't seem like it, but things are getting better. I promise you when you look at it here on the back end. And that's why I'm showing a lot of this stuff and putting it in like the board packets, because I want people to see these numbers.
Excuse me, are you able to distinguish between how much of those average days, how many are based on the applicant and how many are based on our works?
No. Okay. And I'll talk about that. I'll talk about why that is here in just a second.
Okay.
What this report.
Sorry, Daryl, same slide. Is it your perception that any one of those is more of a problem than another one? I see the numbers across the board, and I see some that look more strange than others, but from your professional standing, are any of those more of an issue? If you called out the top 2 that were issues and the bottom 2 that were perfect, what would that look like?
Are you talking about these numbers right here, George?
Yes, sir.
Right now, the most problematic, I would say, are still the social work. And part of the reason y'all are about to fix that today, and that's those stupid supervision plans that people have to submit to us for approval. I don't mean to talk ugly, but that is just a bad idea. And I'm glad it's being fixed today. Because that has caused, I don't know how many problems for staff and for legislators in dealing with that. So I would say that is probably the biggest problem that you see here. The steps we took to partner with ASWB are going to help resolve a lot of this as well. And in fact, this other document that I had up just a second ago, these are the actual social work applicants who have passed their exam yet are waiting on us to do something. In other words, this is pretty much, almost all of this is pretty much our fault. This chart is. That number has dropped from 241 to 65. Now, when I say pretty much almost all our fault, some of these are going to be the applicant's fault because social work allows people to test based on what's called a dean's letter instead of actually having the degree. They let you test early. And that is problematic because to get the license, you have to have the degree, but they let you test early without the degree. So people go test and then they forget or they don't pay attention to the letter we send them that says, we're not going to give you your license until you send in your transcript. So they pass their exam and then they sit around and wait and wonder, well, the board's not doing anything. They've screwed something up. And all along it's because they didn't submit their transcript. That's problematic. And you're going to see some of those individuals represented in that 65. This will eventually go down to nothing because we're not doing the exam approval anymore. ASWB is handling that all. So this should eventually go away. Hopefully it'll be gone by next board meeting. I'll bring that number back to you again so you can see where we are. George, to kind of back up a little bit more and give you a more, I guess, 30,000 foot view, there are certain rules that each of the boards have that are problematic in processing applications. And I'm just going to be very candid with y'all right now. Staff are looking at those rules. I've identified a lot of rules that are very problematic in processing, and I'm going to be visiting with the boards. In fact, we're visiting with the LPC board tomorrow. And I know Dr. Taylor's aware because he and I have talked about one of the rules in particular at the LPC board. We're going to be visiting about what can we do to correct some of these rules that are causing some problems. Austin Wilcox, the gentleman that gave public comment earlier, he's caught up in one of these rule problems that staff have identified. So these are rules that we're going to have to come to the member boards. Council can't do anything about it. I can tell you all about it, but you can't take any action on it. I got to go to the member boards, lay it out for them, let them decide what they want to do, and hopefully they'll choose to correct what we identified as an issue. And then hopefully that will help improve these numbers. But each of the boards has some problematic rules that we're going to go back and address. Psych boards is still not, where I would like to see it. I would like to see it back, down in the 30s or below. That's where I'm kind of shooting in my own head. I want these at 30 or below. It's just going to take us some time to. When we set BHEC up, we did not review the rules with this in mind. What we were doing when we poured through the rules and standardized everything, it was procedural. We were making sure we didn't have any procedural conflicts. Now that we're past that point, procedures are set up. Now we're able to go in, and I'm sitting down with staff, and staff are coming to me and going, these rules are problematic. We need to do something about it. We need to take it to the boards and let them, let's see what they say on it. So that's kind of where we're at now. We're starting to ramp that part of it up. So y'all are going to start hearing from staff more on these rules. George, I don't know if that answered your question or not. I feel like I rambled.
You're good. Thank you.
The next item that I want to share with y'all, I had to share a different screen. It's coming up wrong screen. I'm sorry, it's taking a little longer to load on my computer with all the Zoom meetings going on. It's chewing up a lot of my time here. Okay, this is a number that we showed y'all back at the October meeting. Again, I want people to understand things are getting better. If you'll remember back in October, this was the number that we presented to y'all. It dropped from like 800 and something down to, and this is on social work, well, in LPC as well. These are the number of applications that nobody has looked at or touched. So, we've received them, but we haven't been able to process them yet. The number was 526. It's now down to 182. So we're making progress on that. And again, that's the ones that nobody's looked at. And the way we calculate that is that chart that you see published on our website. We look at that, and then we just run a report, and Tim runs a report in Versa, and it tells us, okay, how many applications have we received since that date? That tells us that's the number of apps that we haven't looked at. So if you're wondering, that's how we get that figure.
How's the oldest one, Daryl, that we haven't looked at this point? And I know that you're approaching it from both the ends, but what's the oldest one that we haven't looked at?
Oh, George, I'd have to pull up the website to tell you.
It's okay. We can come back to it. That's okay. I don't want to slow down the meeting.
And then the last one I want to share with y'all. This is another spreadsheet. It's in the meeting materials. These are the pre-BHEC apps, the applications that came over from HHSC. This does not include anything received on or after September 1st. So what we've got here, I mean, this shows you how many have been approved, how many are still open. Basically, the number of, this column right here shows you the number of valid open apps we've got. We've got apps that are technically expired, but what I've got staff doing is going through these numbers right here to make sure that they're not waiting on us. In other words, I don't want to expire an application if the reason there hadn't been any progress is because we dropped the ball on it. So staff are actually going through all these. and checking to make sure that the problem is not with us, and that if the applicant hasn't submitted something, then the application gets expired. But anyway, it's just a simple number here. It shows you.
Are we waiving the late fees if it's our fault that it's not been processed because of delays in our process?
You talking about on renewals?
On anything. If anything that is our fault that is delayed, are we waiving any associated fee because of that?
Well, you can't waive the application fee because there wouldn't be any delay on our fault on our part that would cause that. As far as a renewal, yeah, if we screwed something up and somebody wasn't able to renew their license prior to, the renewal date, yes, we would waive that. We're not.
Thank you. That's a great customer service.
Yeah. We're not going to play that kind of game. Okay. Let's see here. That's pretty much all the data that I had that covered several different points in my report. The next item that I want to go over in the ED's report is the financials. This is the really boring part of the report. But I like to show y'all just so you know I'm not running off to Tahiti with anything. There we go. If anybody ever wondered what the agency's budget looked like, and this should be in your board meeting materials, even available to the public. So let me tell you all the big number that you really need to pay attention to here there's two, this percent of year remaining and this percent of budget remaining. Those ought to be very close to one another. If they're not, that's a problem. Something bad has happened. I don't really have anything to say about it unless anybody has any questions. Pretty much a detailed breakdown of all the expenditures on the agency, if anybody's ever wondered. Okay. We've talked about the update regarding licensing and enforcement. I've showed y'all the vacancies, the positions that are filled, the vacant positions. The next item is the update to the Sunset Commission. You've got the materials there. You've seen what I've provided to the Sunset Commission. Like I said, the only thing we were really missing was the policies. So you guys accomplished that today, and it's a good thing because during the meeting, I just got an email from the Sunset Commission. I have to show up tomorrow to testify about this stuff. So I'm glad I get to go over there and report we have all the boxes checked off. But I'll have to do that tomorrow. But other than that, I've had to report to the state auditor's office. They also follow up on us on Sunset. I don't know. I may get questions tomorrow. I'm not sure. We'll see. I'll probably just attend virtually rather than actually go over to the Capitol.
You can consider all of our questions as practice.
There you go. There you go. The only other thing, or the next item on the agenda is the budget process and hearings for 2022, the next biennium. We have had what we call the joint budget meetings, and that's a meeting where I have to testify before the LBB and the governor's office, and then a rep from the speakers and the lieutenant governor's office is usually there as well. This time it was just two. They're actually just two staffers. We testified virtually. That's done. We're now waiting to hear when our hearings before Senate Finance and the House Appropriations Committee will be. I got a notice day before yesterday, or maybe it was Friday, saying my deadline to submit my written testimony is January 29th. I've already got that ready to go. The one thing I would point out on the budget is the comptroller released his BRE, his revenue estimate yesterday. And if you saw that, there was a lot of speculation and a lot of worry that the revenue estimate was going to fall considerably short of what we actually needed in the coming biennium. The shortage was a lot less than what everybody thought. I think it was like $440 million less, the shortage was only $440 million. That was very good news. Now that's still bad. I mean, that means cuts are still probably going to come, but it'd be a lot. It's going to be a lot easier to swallow than had it been $4.4 billion. Now, here's the bad side, guys. The comptroller does not take into account any supplemental appropriations bill that the legislature has to make. In other words, every year when the ledge comes into session, they usually pass a supplemental appropriations bill to make up for any shortages and expenditures from the last budget. His budget projections don't account for that. So you can probably, I feel like you can probably count on a couple of $1 billion showing up in the supplemental appropriations bill. So while 440 million doesn't sound too bad, tack on a couple of billion to that. So we're still talking about a significant number, but we'll see. Who knows? You just never know what the ledge is going to do. That's really all.
How would that impact us specifically if we were to, try to increase staff, for instance, to get some of these things moving?
You can't increase staff unless the legislature increases your FTE cap.
Right.
The legislature says you can hire this many employees, and then the legislature appropriates X number of dollars to you. I know Will had talked about in his public comment earlier, hey, why don't we look at keeping more of the money that goes into GR for use by the agency? The problem with that is that's not really within our purview. We don't get to decide what percentage of the funds we generate that we keep. The LBB and the legislature, we generate the money, then the legislature appropriates what they think we should have back to us. It's not an eat what you kill kind of world in governmental budgeting. It's just not. We kill it, they keep whatever they want to, and then give us our pittance back.
Unless
is the way it works.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay. The reason that I ask is because not only because of the folks who've been waiting on us in various behavioral health professions for such a long time, but because of the increased unmet need, in part because of COVID, but just in part because of shortages. Are there, in any of the professions that we represent, is Texas considered to have a shortage in any particular field?
All the fields.
Okay.
There's actually a 2014 study done. It's entitled the Mental Health Workforce Shortage Study. And it was done by, I think, DSHS. It's the most recent study.
Where do we rank?
I don't know that it ranks the states. It just talks about the shortages. It identifies the shortages and causes and possible solutions is what it does. And then the state health plan that's published every biennium as well also has some data on the shortage in it as well. So both of those key documents, I rely on those heavily when I'm working on stats.
Make a persuasive argument.
Yeah, for our LAR and that kind of stuff.
Sure.
But without a doubt, there's major shortages.
And that are exacerbated by the pandemic and potentially for the political discourse in the country right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you one of the good things about the pandemic is it's forced everybody to become more familiar with telecommuting and telehealth principles, which my personal opinion is that's how if you're going to increase the delivery of services into rural and the non-urban areas in Texas, that's probably how you're going to have to do it. Because trying to convince people to move there is going to be, I think, more difficult. It's really not anything we can do as an agency. We've looked at this before. I know staff has looked at this at Psych Board. Is there anything we could do to entice people to move to the Valley? And the only thing that we could come up with is, well, we'll waive your renewal fee. I'm like, whoop-de-doo. You're not going to incur that kind of loan and move somewhere is just based off a waiver of $150 or $200. So, kind of the biggest thing that I think that we can do is make sure our telehealth rules are as least restrictive as possible, so that we create a business environment that's easy for our licensees to telecommute into the more underserved area. Everywhere is underserved.
Right.
But in the even more underserved areas.
Sure.
So you'll kind of start to see, when I mentioned a minute ago, George, about staff members are start coming to the board with these solutions, you're going to start seeing a shift, I think, from staff about, hey, we need y'all to really look at these telehealth rules you got. And if we can pare it down, if we can make it easier or less restrictive, let's go that route. Because to me, that's kind of the way of the future. That's kind of where we need to be looking. But anyway, we'll see what shakes out of that tree when we get to it.
Thank you.
Budget process and hearing, in other words, we're just kind of in the wait here now to see when the Senate Finance and House Appropriations Committee is going to meet. I don't know if they're going to make me go over there and testify. I hope not. I hope I get to do it virtually, but we'll see. The next item is the request for the OAG opinion. It's been submitted. You guys have all seen that. Don't have anything new to update there. We're just in a waiting holding pattern on that. And the last item in my report is the executive order on increasing economic and geographic mobility. It's just another report from the White House. These types of reports come out from all the different administrations. We got one from the Obama administration pre-Trump. This is going to be Trump's version of it. So the Biden administration, I'm sure, will have one as well. So what it tells me, though, is that it's a very bipartisan. This is not a DNR issue. They're looking at occupational licensing and regulation all through the same lens. They're all looking at it the same way because you see very common language when you read the various reports. So it's not a DNR issue here. We just need to kind of keep our eye on that. That's all I have for my report, Madam Chair. I'll answer any questions you guys have.
That was a great report.
Thank you,
Thank you for so much information. Really appreciate you keeping us updated and the transparency that you show through it. Really nicely done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments for Daryl from our members? Thanks, Daryl. We really appreciate you. We also, I also want to compliment your staff. I know how hard they're working. I can, through our individual conversations that we've had since the last time we met, I'm sure the frustration level is high. I think we all appreciate the dedication they're showing and their willingness to shoulder and personal risks as well. It's not an easy time in this country, and you guys are doing just a terrific job. Brenda, Jen, and all your folks, congratulations. And thank you, Daryl, for your leadership.
And Madam Chair, I kind of switch topics just a little bit. I don't know if I may not have done a good job of advising everybody, but we're having kind of a joint meeting today with the MFT board because they've got some rules that have been published in the Texas Register. Comments have come back, and those rules are now set for adoption or for consideration of adoption by the council.
Right.
But before the council can adopt, the MFT board needs to review the public comments and decide whether or not they want to recommend adoption. So Sarah and I scheduled a joint meeting.
On our agenda? Is that the joint meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But the reason I say that is I think we have all, or at least a quorum of the MFT board present today.
Right.
If we want to knock out that portion, agenda 9, if we wanted to go ahead and do that, they would need to call their meeting to order. Let Sarah kind of get them ramped up, and then they could tend to their business, and then they can punt the ball back to us.
So are you recommending that we break while we allow them to do that and reconvene?
We BHEC members, Mr. Francis and Ms. Smith would need to stay on, but I guess if everybody else needed to take a break, you could step away for a minute while the MFT board tended to business.
Okay.
I don't think it'll take that long, to be honest with you.
Okay, so I think I lost you there. So Mr. Bateman and Ms. Smith will remain with us, and the other members of the MFT board and the other panelists representing the LMFT board will temporarily remove themselves in order to attend their meeting.
No, they're going to do it right here. We're doing it
right here.
Yeah, we're doing a joint meeting
Sit and watch.
because I can only run one webinar at a time.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, if you would please, I would offer a motion to suspend the BHEC meeting temporarily to rejoin at a time at the conclusion of the MFT meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? I'm so glad you caught on, George. Thank you, Janine. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Or
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes, and so we will go off for a little while well, right? Are we leaving?
You can stay on, or if to listen, or if you don't want to and you have other things to attend to, then please feel free to temporarily drop.
Got it. Thank you, George.
So Chair Merchant, I would turn it over to you to convene the meeting of the MFT.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So at 11:34, I convene the meeting of the Licensure Board for Marriage and Family Therapists. And we only have one item on our agenda today, and that is to review the public comments on our.
If I could call the roll to confirm the quorum, please.
Yes, ma'am.
So Dr. Lisa Merchant, present, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Russell Barty?
Present.
Thank you. Ken Bateman?
Present.
George Francis?
Present.
Mrs. Husband Thompson?
Present.
Daniel Parrish?
Present.
Thank you. Reverend Dr. Skoma?
Present.
Thank you. Janine Smith?
Present.
Thank you. Chaplain Stoglin?
Here.
Thank you. We have confirmed a quorum. Dr. Merchant, back to you.
Thank you, Sarah. So we only have one item on our agenda, and that is to review the public comment on the proposed rule changes. And we have received no public comment. So is there any additional conversation that board members would like to have, or I will entertain a motion?
Madam Chair, since there seem to be no additional items, I move that we adjourn.
Well, first we have to decide if we're going to accept these rules or not as written.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm premature. I will change my motion to accept the move that we accept the rule.
I second, and I'll second, yes.
Okay, so that was Chaplain Stoglin made the motion and Dr. Bateman seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of accepting these rule changes, raise your hand.
Hand raised.
Okay, I believe that is a unanimous decision. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move, Madam Chair, that we adjourn.
Second.
Do I have a second? Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand again. Excellent. Okay. Thank you.
Can we check the Texas record books for the most effective state board meeting of all time?
I think this is it.
I think you win.
Yay. Yeah, there was 2 minutes by my count, 11:36. So.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we can log
Thank
off now,
you.
right?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Bye, my compadre. See you at our next meeting.
Bye.
Bye, George.
Mr. Spinks, I don't know that we're going to have back everyone else from the BDEC.
We weren't counting on it being that quick of a meeting, I don't think. I've texted Gloria. Let's see if she's...
Okay. Because the question is, if we have the board members from the other boards, can we go through those meetings also at the same time?
Well, the other boards, no, that they haven't noticed any kind of a meeting to be here today.
Oh, okay. Okay, just us.
Yeah, just the MFT board.
Okay.
Because George, we're the most efficient.
Oh, I believe that. I believe that. I'm not at all biased either.
Sorry about that, folks. I stepped out. Do we need to reconvene?
We do. You've got a quorum with 5 of you here.
Okay. At this time, it's 11:41 on January 12th, and the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council will reconvene. How did the meeting go? Because I stepped away.
It was kind of tough. It was a rough one there for a second, but we made it through.
I could tell by how long you took. I did get a note from one of our former board council members telling me that Texas ranks 43 in the nation for mental health providers. That's awful. We need to be in the top 10% by the end of the year. How's that for a measurable outcome? Okay, that was an unofficial statement, but let's do move on. And we know that removing barriers to licensure and anything to support licensure portability will help with that shortage, across the country. But let's get this state where it belongs, right up at the top. Next item is item 8. Is that right, Daryl? Am I in the right place? Rulemaking.
Yes.
On the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council.
What I would recommend, Madam Chair, is we just go ahead and do 9 since that's fresh in everybody's memory.
Good.
That's what we
That's
just
exactly
tackled.
what I was thinking. And if we can, then let's try to get 9 done, and then we'll break for lunch, if that's all right. Are we in agreement? Consensus?
Aye.
Good. Item 9, then. Do we need a motion to move it up on the agenda, Daryl, or do we just go for it?
You're the chair. You can take it whatever order you want.
Okay, so let's go to item 9, and that's consideration and possible adoption of rule changes for the marriage and family therapists. What is the recommendation from their board?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the proposed recommendations as it comes from the MFT board.
Thanks. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you both for that dual second. Those in favor of the rules, adoption of rule changes to 22 TAC as recommended by the Texas State Board of Examiners of Marriage and Family Therapists, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Your motion passes. Thanks so much. Let's go back to item 8 since it's just 11:44 a.m. And that's our rulemaking for the Behavioral Health Executive Council. We're reviewing 3 items. The first one is the rule change with regard to continuing education and audits. Daryl, anything we need to know about that?
Yeah, this is one that I'm bringing to you because the workload. I have one FTE that's handling one renewal coordinator for the entire agency. She's responsible for handling the renewals of all the 4 licensing programs, and that's a big load. I talked with her last night. She's got 2,300 emails sitting in her inbox right now. I gave y'all information in the board packet materials there to show you the number of licensees that are under audit every month, to give you some idea of how many audits she has to do, and to show you, kind of what her workload is like, how many delinquency letters we have to send out every month. It's a lot. At a 10% audit rate, it's a lot. And what I'm asking y'all to do to help reduce the workload so that she's not that she doesn't fall behind in actually doing the audits, and so that we're not holding people's, excuse me, my cord's hung up. She's not holding people's licensure up on the renewal. That's the thing I want to avoid. I'm asking y'all to reduce the audit rate from 10% to 5% to help reduce the workload on it. I don't think it's a risk to public protection because I can't recall ever having signed a complaint about somebody that we caught in an audit. It's a low risk area. I don't want to do away with it by any means, but
sure.
I think we can safely drop from 10% down to 5% without endangering public protection.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. Spinks, it looks like the main areas of concern would be under the LPCs and the social work board. Would it be appropriate to drop the audit level of those 2 down and maintain the same 10%? Because that only amounts to like 15 cases across the other ones. And it seems like those 2 areas are the ones that are really dragging the workload. So we just adjust those versus everything?
George, I don't know if we can in the database. I'm not sure it'll let us do that. But
Okay.
one of the things I always worry about is differential treatment between the programs. I got to be real careful about that.
Fair point.
Daryl, can you give us an estimate on how much of a difference this will make? Like how much will it speed it up, or how much will it clear backlog?
Well, part of the problem on the audits is while we give you a 60-day window prior to your expiration date to renew your license and submit all your audit materials, problem is people don't utilize that full 60 days. It's usually within the very last 5 to 10 days that all of a sudden all this stuff comes in. And so now she's scrambling to try to review everybody's audit materials. Mr. Albert, off the top of my head, no, I can't. I can't give you, it's a fair question, but I can't give you that number. This is just kind of, it's my estimation based off of talking with staff, what we think will help, kind of resolve the problem. And
There's just kind of a general expectation that it will help clear backlog. It will help.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, just the sheer fact that we stopped doing the renewal permits, that's helped immensely. Stopped having to print and mail those out. That's helped a lot. But what hangs us on the audits is everybody waits to the last minute. And then, I mean, just candidly, I don't like seeing people get screwed over because they've submitted their audit stuff and then they're waiting on us to check the box that yes, they've done it, and their license is delinquent. They can't do anything during that. Now there's a statute that allows them to continue practicing, but that makes people uncomfortable just seeing the delinquent on the website. So I'm trying to get us through that as quick as possible.
Well, Daryl, candidly, in your opinion, a reduction of 10% to 5% audit rate is not a substantial increase in risk to the public, correct?
Correct. It is not.
Fair. Okay. Thank you.
I will tell y'all, I was a GC in 2011 to 2012, started doing an ED in 2012. I've never signed a complaint that arose out of an audit, not once, for Psych Board or for BHEC. Sir?
Sorry.
And I can count on one hand the number of people I've ordered to have a manual audit. So that's just not a problem area. Our folks tend to be pretty good rule followers in that area, in that regard.
And the 10%, that's not statutory, right?
It is not.
Okay.
It is not.
I have no objection.
Is there any other discussion? Comments?
Madam Chair, may I make a motion that we reduce, per the recommendation, the audit across the boards from 10% to 5% to be revisited at a time period of 6 months from now?
Thank you.
Well, we can't reduce it. We have to reduce it through a rule change because the 10% is set out in rule. So we actually have to change the rule.
So this is a more permanent change than a temporary change.
Yes. Yes.
I missed that piece. Okay.
Yeah, right. It's changing the rule. Remember, if we get a report in 6 months, we can change it back. I don't think that will be necessary, but.
Okay.
And this does not impact your ability. Let's say y'all get wind of somebody who's playing with the numbers, or they're playing loose and fast with it. It does not impact your ability to go, hey, Spinks, put him under a manual audit because I want to make sure that he's got what he says he's got. So you always have that right. So I just want to make sure you're not saying you're not doing away with that tool in your toolbox.
And you mean as a member board, not as individuals?
Well, yeah, but I mean, candidly speaking, if a board member comes to me and says, I know so-and-so, and I know he was asleep at that CE, or, whatever the case is, as the ED, I can order the audit. So, if one of y'all come to me and go, I've got good reason to think that Spinks is over there lying about his continuing education, then I can order a manual audit myself.
Okay, understood. We have a motion on the table. Is there any other discussion? And if not, do I hear a second?
I will second.
Thanks. A motion to adopt the proposed rule.
No, to propose the rule, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
We're just proposing it right now.
Oh, you're proposing it.
Yeah.
So the motion is not to approve the rule change?
It's to propose it. It's to propose the rule change in the Texas Register.
Got it.
We'll have to then publish it, come back for public comment, and then we would adopt it at the next board meeting.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to propose the rule change regarding continuing education and audits, reducing it from 10% to 5%. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? And if not, can I hear a motion to approve the proposed rule? So I've got that from Janine. Do I hear a second?
Second.
There's a motion, a second to propose the rule. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The rule is proposed.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would ask a question. Mr. Spinks, is there anything that can happen in the interim? Because obviously this is a lengthy process. And so is there anything that we can do as a board to recommend right now to you to go to a 5% versus 10%? I recognize it's in rule, but how can we temporarily suspend or change it to reallocate the resources on your team?
Like right now.
That's correct.
I don't know that you can, George, because it's the law right now. Let me look at that and see, because I do know that when the boards came over from HHSC, I know we did suspend the audit requirements during the transition there because we didn't want that hanging people up. So let me look at that and see what I can do. Is that kind of the direction you want to go until the rule could be put into place?
Yeah.
I think so. It sounds like it's what's needed to free up resources to apply them more effectively. It sounds like it's what we want to do long term because we're proposing a rule change.
Yeah.
So the sooner we can have something take effect or have the effectiveness of this, that would be great in my opinion. Okay,
I'll see what our options are. If I can, I'll go ahead and implement a temporary kind of patch on it. I want to make sure I don't get us into trouble.
Understood. Thank you for thinking of that.
Yeah.
Thank you. So item 8B, review and consideration of a proposed rule for license status. Excuse me. What is that one about, Daryl?
This one it's a cleanup whenever I'll show you here on the screen. Okay. It's a cleanup from whenever we stopped printing the renewal permits. There was one sentence in 882.21 that referenced returning your renewal certificate to the council. Obviously, if we're not printing them, you can't return it. So it's just a cleanup.
Okay, any discussion? And if not, do I hear a motion to approve the proposed rule change to license statuses to eliminate that sentence?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion regarding this proposed rule change for license statuses? And if not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, everybody. And 8C, consideration and adoption of the proposed rule changes. What does this say? Published in the October 2020 edition of the Texas Register. Now, does this require action since? Tell us a little about this, Daryl.
Yeah, you're voting. The vote is whether or not to adopt this rule. This was a rule change proposed to make it clear that when petitions for rulemaking come in that involve those subject matter areas that have to originate with a member board, that petition is then directed by staff to the member board rather than to the council first. Procedurally, that's how it has to happen. That's how it is happening. But this just codifies it in rule, makes kind of assuages any concerns.
Okay.
Yeah, it's how we were doing it. It's just now it's in the rule.
Okay. And this is proposing the rule again. It's not adopting.
No, this is adopting the rule. This rule has already been proposed.
Great. Is there any discussion?
I take it back. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. This is
proposed, correct?
No, it's adoption. I apologize. I'm reading. Yeah.
It's all right. Our heads are all swimming by now. We're all on sugar lows. Is there any discussion about the adoption of this rule, which is procedurally already taking place? And if there's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the rule as proposed.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to adopt the rule as proposed.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks. It's been moved and seconded that the proposed rule be adopted as published here. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. And it's almost 12. Y'all want to push through for another half hour? Do you want to hold off on and reconvene it?
You got one more rule under that sentence, under that little paragraph right there up for adoption.
Show it to me. I see A, B, and C.
Yeah, 885.1. See in the.
Oh, yes, correct.
Yeah,
I
second sentence there.
apologize. I see it. The executive council fees.
Yeah, here are the changes. We had inadvertently left out the initial licensure fee. The math was wrong. Our math was wrong on that, so we changed it to make the math right. And then we just moved these fees over here to the correct column.
Now, we had a number of comments about the late fees, including one particular to psychology.
Yes.
Could you show us that on the?
This is what they're talking about right here. The way it works is when you don't timely renew, you have to pay both your renewal fee and the late fee. And the late fee is 1.5 times whatever your renewal fee was. Now that's a pretty significant chunk.
Sure.
On certain groups of licensees. So what I'm going to be doing, and I've already sent the rule over to Patrick to work it up. I'm actually bringing a rule change back that will change it. And the way the statute reads, we have enough flexibility. We can go either way. What we're going to do is just say, look, your late fee at 1.5 times whatever the renewal fee is, that will also include your renewal fee. So it's not renewal fee plus late renewal fee. It's just you're just going to pay that one fee. So, for example, let's just look at a psychologist, since that's the individual that was impacted by it. If I can find it now.
Right there.
Yeah, so it would be, you would just do 1.5 times, it'd be 412 times 150%, whatever that figure is. That's the fee they pay if they're renewing late. It wouldn't be 412 plus $600 and something. So that's the change that we're bringing back, or that I'm bringing to you.
Nonetheless, the late fee would bring the total fees paid from $400 to $800. Susan, I'd appreciate some feedback on this. What are you thinking? What is your board thinking?
I know we had discussion about this, and I think that most board members saw this as a deterrent to be avoided. And so they were supportive of it. And I heard the earlier public comment about concerns related to it, but it's a deterrent on purpose.
Why is that? What do you mean?
Well, avoid the late fee. If it's so much money, then avoid it. It's a natural logical consequence. It adds to staff time. It leads to inefficiency. And so when we talk about variables we can control and variables we can't control, this is one of them we can't really control. It's in the control of the person who's renewing. So my recollection was the discussion was that we saw it as a way to deter people from being late because they're going to want to avoid it.
Right.
Which
John,
I was part of.
Sure. John, are you there? Okay.
I don't see John.
He was on going to be accessible by phone for a while, but I think he had some scheduling issues. But he was tuned in earlier. He may have tuned out briefly. Thank you, though, for that feedback. Is there any other discussion in this regard? And if not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the fees as submitted. Is that right? Am I doing it right, Darren?
Yeah.
I would offer a motion for Madam Chair for the proposed recommended fee changes, the changes that are submitted.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got scared.
Second from Mr. Morris. All in favor indicate by saying aye of adopting the rule.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Susan, is that technically called behavior modification?
It's called natural logical consequences
Consequences.
by the motor vehicle organizations and many other organizations. I think it's, you know, we all know when we're supposed to renew, it's our responsibility, and it's one that is manageable. So
Right, no matter how long that line is to renew your license. Mine comes up in July and I'm not looking forward to it. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. Would you like to, so now it is noon, would you like to continue through number 10? Could I just get some feedback, or would you like to take a break now? Any preferences?
I would just
Good
ask,
either way, Madam Chair.
what's the estimate of time we think we have left in the meeting?
You know, I think we have 10, 11. Well, we've been moving pretty quickly. Maybe an hour and a half. What do you think, Daryl?
I'd say
2 hours?
at tops, hour and a half tops.
Okay. What if we are y'all comfortable with a half-hour break for breakfast for lunch? Can you tell I didn't have breakfast? For lunch, instead of a full hour, we could, grab a sandwich. I hope no one's going straight for the Oreo cookies.
We'll never tell if we are.
30 minutes is manageable. What does everybody else think?
I make a motion to accept a 3-minute lunch break.
Second.
Okay. Great. Then we will adjourn. It's 12:03 on January 12th, and we will reconvene right at 12:30. You've got 27 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you all so much.
Okay.
It's 12:37 p.m. on January 12th, 2021, and the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council is ready to reconvene. I believe that we were on item 10. Daryl, do you want to walk us through these?
Correct. These are all rules that have been requested for proposal by the psychology board. Let me just pull them all up for you here real quick. And we'll go through them.
And as you're about to go through them, is it possible, let's say is it possible to approve the proposed rule changes like we do a consent agenda?
En masse?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good to know. I should have known that before.
Yeah, candidly, that's what, that's
or pull one out, if there's a debate or anything like that.
right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Share the screen. Okay, can you see 46310 there?
Yes, and that's a good size too. I was having trouble with the other ones. I have a small screen. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so this is 46310, the first rule that's the psych board has sent up, requested for proposal. The only change in it, this is a gubernatorial recommended change. This rule is an ancient rule. It's a holdover from, it never gets used because it's based on the purpose of the rule is to create a pathway to licensure for an applicant that has a degree that was conferred prior to 1971 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we haven't used it in years and years, but the statute is still on the books, so we still have to have the rule on the books. This is the only change in it right here.
Okay.
I don't know what we would use that information. The governor asked me, and I'm like, I don't know what we would use that for, or how you would ever find that out. So,
any discussion? Dr. Fletcher, Mr. Bielmowitz, I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name, John. Any feedback from your board?
No, I think it's self-explanatory.
Okay.
I agree.
Thank you, John.
the next one is 46335. It's the professional development rule for psychology. Again, this was based on comments from the governor. It's just a duplicative sentence that we're recommending being taken out of the rule. That's the only change. No comments there. Moving on. 46340 is, I think this is Yeah, that's a repeal. We're proposing the repeal of that one. And then here would be the new one that we're, basically this will make the psychology board match LMFT, LPC, and social work. All of the other boards are pretty much already in alignment, or they will be after today. This is just brings us all into alignment.
Are there any substantive differences from the one that is being struck?
Yes, there are. Yeah, there are some. The psych board had really way more offenses listed in it than the other boards did. And when we went back and looked, the LMFT board really kind of broached this subject first. And so we did a lot of back and forth and a lot of homework and studying on it through the LMFT board. We got that rule fine-tuned to where the governor's office was comfortable with it, where we were all comfortable with it. Once we hit that, we used that as the benchmark and said, okay, this is what we need to shoot for with the others as well. So like all of this stuff right here, you won't find in the new version. We trimmed it all down. I mean, what is we had a violation of the DTPA type language in there. That really doesn't have too much to do with the practice of psychology. So
Susan, John, your board is good with all this?
Yes, I think it makes it less confusing. And, when somebody needs to reference this, it makes it a little bit more understandable in the situation that they're in about what they need to do.
Thank you.
Also makes it a little more fair across the board. If you don't want an LPC going, well, how come at psychology they can do this and yet I can't come in with a marijuana conviction or something like that? You do away with those types of arguments.
What about the other boards then? Is that change? Does it reflect counselors and family and marriage therapists as well?
Yes, we're standardizing this. It's the same rule for all the boards. The only thing that's different is this little provision in each board's rules, because they each have their own practice act.
Right.
So
Okay.
it would say 503 for the counselors and 502 for MFTs, et cetera.
So it's my understanding that TSBEP is the follower on this one. Other boards have taken the lead to make this better. And so we're following their lead.
Thank you.
The next one is the definitions. This is one where the governor had pointed out, this is not really a rule, what we had in there in the definitions. I don't even know what that is, but it's something that really needed to come out. I don't know how you would describe that sentence.
Like definitions.
It's kind of a self-evident proclamation. So that's the only change there.
I would add about that one, people get confused about what it means to be a standard, guideline, or rule, and this will assist to make sure that it's clearer.
Anybody have questions? So far, so good.
Next one is 465.2 supervision. This one is a substantive change, and this was a change that what kicked it off was the COVID pandemic, and our psych board licensees started, the psych board had a hard cap of no more than 50% of your supervision could be through remote or electronic means. Well, COVID blew that out of the water. That just made that impossible or difficult to comply with. We requested suspension of that rule. The governor granted that. But TPA, we worked with TPA on this language, the Texas Psych Association. They actually came up with this language, which we all liked. Basically what it means is you can have unlimited synchronous supervision, like what we're doing here. But as far as asynchronous email, if you will, that's capped at 50%. The board didn't want folks just, doing their whole supervision by email, but through the telephone or through video conferencing, it's fine. You can do supervision that way. This is in my opinion, this is a pretty big leap forward. I think it's a good idea. So did the psych board.
Daryl, is it thought that we would change this rule back once COVID is over?
No, sir.
That we would forever go forward with it like this?
Yeah, I mean, candidly, George, I guess here's kind of the way we're looking at it at the staff level is we're not seeing any problems out of people, on the psych side conducting supervision this way. What COVID has done is it's been a big grand experiment to show us what you can and can't do through telehealth. And we're learning that we could do a lot more than what we thought we could before. And so I don't want to see us roll back that if we can't point to a problem that would necessitate the rollback of it. And I can't point you to a problem right now. The technology has advanced. When we first came out with it, Zoom and all that stuff didn't exist. I mean, I think Skype was around, but Skype was kind of cruddy back then. So I know I just disparaged a business probably, but governmental immunity, you can't do anything about it. But this rule is meant to kind of capitalize on where we are today on technology.
And I have to say that methods of supervision initially threw me. I thought that meant a professional supervising maybe an associate or somebody who's learning, with them or practicing with them. But that what that means is working with the patient. Is that correct?
No, this is the psychologist who is supervising, say, her postdoc fellow.
Right. Okay.
And the postdoc's been treating somebody out at El Paso, the supervisors in Texarkana.
Mm-hmm.
Now they can do their entirety of their supervision under this rule via Zoom or some other HIPAA compliant platform.
Okay. Good. That threw me off. Thank you.
Yeah.
If I could add to the benefit is rural areas and different specialties. I attended a national conference, and Jennifer Rocket, who's a psychologist in Texas, very involved with TPA, raised her hand and was asking for people who would be willing to supervise as it relates to forensic issues, not necessarily for her, but for people who were seeking her to be their supervisor. Mm-hmm. And she just could not, as most people cannot, manage the in-person, or they live too far apart in the state of Texas, mm-hmm. but they need someone with a specialty and a supervisor mm-hmm. To be able to supervise them, but they can't travel back and forth. Right. So what it will do is it'll help people potentially in rural areas in our field and for all licensees to have access to supervisors who are still in the state of Texas with specialties to assist for rural areas to have people with more specialized knowledge. Right. And I think that's a huge step forward to assist many people across the state of Texas.
Great, thank you.
So if no other questions, I'll move on. The last one that Psych Board is bringing up is some changes to the dual relationship rule. These were changes. The governor's office, when they read the way we had it worded initially, they were like, it's kind of confusing. And so anyway, we made these changes at based upon some comments we'd received from the governor's office. The Psych Board agreed to it, so they're sending it up now for proposal. Substantively, it doesn't really change anything. It's just a matter of rephrasing the rules.
Any questions or comments?
I did have one question on that one, which was kind of interesting. On number 2, a licensee shall refrain from entering into, and previously it said, or withdraw from. So if there was an existing relationship before, they no longer have to exit that existing relationship. It's only for go forward relationships.
Seems like there was another portion of the rule.
I'm so glad you asked that, George, because I was a little.
I didn't see anything in the notes that were sent over. That's.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
I think it's an A4, Daryl.
4. That's just the sexual relationship though.
A4 talks about shall withdraw from if.
Oh, A4, I'm sorry.
Yeah, A4, sorry.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Is that professional relationship? So that's the same definition. A professional relationship can be defined as personal, financial, or other relationship? Is
Let's
that,
see.
is that the same thing, Patrick?
I think the professional relationship is the therapeutic or forensic relationship that they've entered into. And what they're talking about, if they have the other relationship, that's what's being prohibited from either withdrawing to enter into, or if they're already in a professional relationship. But I think that's just the actual practice of psychology that they're providing when it speaks to the professional relationship.
So there's nothing that speaks to the previous personal, financial, or other relationship.
I believe professional relationship is also defined in 465.1. In 11, it's defined there. But I'm not sure I understand your question. If they have a previous relationship, like a business relationship, they're prohibited from entering into the professional relationship. Is that what you mean?
Maybe they have a co-interest in McDonald's. I don't know. Trying to think of a financial relationship. Or maybe one is a broker for the other person. Previously in section 2 there, they had to withdraw from that. But with the removal of that term, I don't see any place that replaces that.
Well, I think, George, what it is under B1, they would be prohibited from ever entering into that to begin with.
But
Under
he's asking about
B1.
what about a pre-existing relationship? Basically, can a psychologist provide professional services to his or her accountant, let's say?
Well,
I think it's unclear myself.
I guess tell me how you're going to have, how are you going, I mean, I guess I don't see how somebody's going to get into that situation under the rule as it's being proposed here. If you're in it right now,
you must withdraw.
You must withdraw. And then once the rule is proposed, I guess your question is, what would we do with somebody who stayed in it despite the rule after we made the rule change and it just precluded re-entry into a new relationship? And I guess the answer to that is they would be prosecutable under the law as it existed at the time. Under the rule that was in effect back then, if somebody filed a complaint, that's what we would prosecute the complaint on, is based upon the law. But going forward, you shouldn't need, I don't know how you would need a rule that says you must withdraw from the relationship, because now the rule is you cannot enter into that relationship if your objectivity is compromised.
But doesn't A4 say that you have to withdraw if they've, to Mr. Francis's point, I think it's prohibited from entering into it, but it's also saying that they should withdraw from it as well.
Well, and then in item 2, it says it shall not withdraw. I mean, I understand that it's a different situation, but I think the language is confusing.
Well, I think what B2 is saying is shall not withdraw in order to enter into that relationship, because we've had numerous complaints where the defense is, oh, well, I would like to enter into a romantic relationship with this patient, or a business relationship with this patient. And so what I'll do is I'll terminate my professional relationship, which will then make it okay for me to have this business relationship. Or I can think of a specific case where a psychologist said he terminated the therapeutic relationship so he could start dating his patient, and thought that was okay. So, I mean, there's another rule that also speaks to that, but this makes it broader than just, a dating relationship. It's also, business.
So in this law, therapeutic and professional are interchangeable? Is that understood?
Well, therapeutic relationship would fall under a professional relationship, yes. Because there you're talking about the doctor-patient.
Dr. Fletcher, are you good? If you're good, then I'm going to stop making a mess about this and move on in life.
Well, I would add one thing that I think is in process is it would be nice if all the member boards did it the same way, so that the public has a better understanding of that rule and the concerns. So there was a lot of discussion about this to make sure that the intention is what the outcome is. I mean, I think this also covers people who have a patient relationship and then they terminate them and then hire them as their office manager, because that has also occurred.
Yeah.
So I'm good with it as it stands right now. And my larger concern was to protect the public. I hope all member boards have the same expectations written in their rules.
One of our goals at BHEC is to achieve that kind of parity. I have one last question before entertaining a motion, and that is that definition of professional relationship from my standpoint as a non-clinician. I would make some assumptions about that definition. Is there anywhere where professional relationship is where it's made clear that the therapeutic relationship is and it's interchangeable with professional?
Mr. Hyde, do you have that 465 in front of you to read it?
I do, but it's also Daryl has it as one of the attachments here, and I think it's C 10. What is it? 10D.
Okay, let's look at that.
Right. And then there's professional relationship in 11 right there. And then we also have provision of psychological services as well, but professional relationship is defined right there in 11.
And you know, I'm unable to access any of these attachments now.
It should be. Can you see it on your screen?
Oh, let me go back to my screen. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Okay, which one should I be looking at? Number 10?
Number 11.
Number 11. Okay.
It's a very narrow definition.
It has to be because the Fifth Circuit gave it to us. That actually is a product of that Seraphin case that the psychology board was involved in. And we've got to be very, very careful of how we define professional relationship, because you get into First Amendment issues very quickly that can get you in a lot of trouble. So that's why it's narrow.
But it's clear. I mean,
as clear as a lawyer can make it.
Thank you. My questions have been answered. Anybody else? Is anyone willing to make a motion to approve the proposed rules changes under number 10, A through F as submitted?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve all of the changes as submitted and as stated.
Is there a second?
I will second that motion. This is Brian Brumley.
Thank you, Brian. Any other discussion? In that case, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye or raising your hand, or both.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. That was fast.
Madam Chair, y'all brought up an issue, or George brought up an issue in this that I'm going to jump ahead a little bit on the agenda when we start talking about future items. Do we want to look? I agree. I think standardization of these types of things would be good across the spectrum, but I fully recognize the boards call the shots on that type of stuff, not the council. But is this something? Do I need to put something on the agenda for the May meeting to where we discuss maybe a work group of whether it be the chair or a representative from each member board, and then maybe get some members of the public involved to figure out what rules can we standardize, and then y'all come back with some draft language about what that standardization should look like.
Yes.
That seems like a better way to do it than just Patrick and I bringing something and trying to sell it at each individual board. That way they have buy-in on the front end.
Yes, I think that would be faster.
It's a great idea. If I could just add, I think it'll be easy to identify the big ones. One we just talked about. Another one is how long do you keep your files? Things like that can create more standardization. Because I think if it's confusing to the licensee, then it's confusing to the public. So we're here to protect the public. I think we need to really identify those very obvious ones where standardization would benefit the public, and the best people to do it are the ones you just identified. I think it'll make it more efficient.
I think that I agree, and I'd like to see ethics and those kinds of things included as well, standardized across all mental health professions, behavioral.
I'll put that. We can't go into too much detail here, but I'll put that on the agenda for the May meeting, and y'all can kind of flesh out there what you want. in other words, develop the charge of the committee or the task force. Y'all figure out how you want to structure it. And then we can go from there. We'll talk about it there, but I think that's probably a direction we ought to go.
Agreed. Did we vote on? Yes, it passed, right? So we're on number 11. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So adoption, possible adoption of the licensing of people with criminal convictions for this, the state professional counselors.
Hold on just a second, Madam Chair. I'll pull those rules up so y'all can look at them.
Sure. And could you remind me which of our board members represent the Board of Professional Counselors?
Chair Hallbauer and Dr. Taylor.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. First up, this is the same rule that you just saw for psych board. It's what I call a repeal and replace. We're repealing the current rule and replacing it with the new one, but you're actually adopting the rules. They've been published for comment. So
wait, I think you got ahead right there, Daryl.
Did I?
We were gonna do the criminal.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Go ahead if you want to explain what we're doing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not a repeal and replace. You're just adopting this rule. Same rule though that we looked at psych board, except here you see the change. It references the Counseling Practice Act 503. The rest of it will be the same.
And these are folks who cannot be licensed or who can.
It's not a automatic death nail to you if you have one of these convictions. What that does is it just triggers additional review. Staff have to look at it to see if it meets certain components in Chapter 53. And chances are if it triggers a review like that, chances are it's going to have to go to like an applications or licensing committee for a little additional input.
And Daryl, that's the same one that we voted for previously for psychology, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no, good. The move towards standardization, I think, is a movement that we're all in agreement on, and so this is a good start on that direction.
Thank you. Agreed.
I'm sorry. The next one is going to be. Okay, this is the repeal and replace one here.
Yeah.
681.92. This is a rule, just to give you the background and why we're doing repeal and replace. Originally, the rule had come up from the LPC board. It had some changes. I think it included some language that talked about substantial equivalency for this 3,000 clock hours. Problem was the statute is very explicit in requiring 3,000 hours. And when I visited with the governor's office about it, they were like, look, we like the idea. We like what y'all are doing, but we're stuck with what that statute tells us. Mm-hmm. And we never could figure out, the governor's office never could figure out a way around that 3,000 hours. So we had to kick it back. And this is what we're doing. We're now kind of bringing back the correct version, I guess, if you will, the version that we can adopt. The only differences between the current rule and this one, Patrick, correct me if I'm wrong, but we changed board to council in it. I think everything else is pretty much
we're changing intern to associate.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, that's right.
And you're saying it mirrors a statute, is that?
No, it mirrors the existing rule. It just changes the term board to council and LPC intern to associate. If you pull up that rule right now, it still says LPC intern. It's the only rule that still references that.
Okay.
It got pulled out of the original rules package is why we're having to do it on its own here.
Sure.
It's kind of a cleanup, if you will.
Those are the only two, huh?
That's it.
Any comments from Mr. Taylor or Mr. Hallbauer? Recommend approving? And your boards are good with it, is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. We really like these rules. We're trying to make things as easy as possible for everybody, and trying to reduce as much clutter as we can, and also trying to get in line with everybody else. So,
Great. Great.
Do you need a motion to accept?
Thank you, Dr. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these rules? And these are for adoption, is that correct?
Correct.
Any discussion? And if not, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
And now social workers. Adoption of a couple of new rules. Daryl, you want to walk us through those?
I am.
Please remind us who the folks are on the social work board that are here today.
Mr. Brian Brumley, he's the chair of the Texas Social Worker Board, and then Mr. Ben Morris is the public member.
Thank you.
Most of these rule changes are doing away with the supervision plan requirements that have caused such a hang up.
And this is where we got a bunch of public comments as well, right? Was that for social? Oh no, that was for professional counselors.
You did, yeah. You didn't get a lot on this. You got a few.
Mhm.
Okay, let's start back here with the first.
Can we start with like a 10-second synopsis on if there's any impact to that, or what does that mean, or is it good, is it bad to get rid of it? I'm not familiar with it, and just if you can give me a quick, concise, succinct.
You talking about the supervision plan?
Yes, sir.
Current requirements are for applicants for LCSW, clinical social work, and master's. If you're under supervision, you have to submit a supervision plan to the board that has to be approved before those hours are countable. The problem is we get so many of those, and there is such a horrendous backlog on them that people can't get licensed because we're so far behind on reviewing those plans. And we haven't found that they offer a lot of utility, the approval of the plans. The other boards, like Psych Board, does not require approval of any kind of supervisory agreement. We didn't see a lot of utility in it. Therefore, what the rule does is it eliminates the requirement that you still have to do the supervision plan, but you no longer have to submit it for approval. Now, when you apply, you just submit a copy of your signed supervision plan to us so that we can see that you did it. But we don't have to approve it anymore. So beforehand, we were approving you on the front end or the front end of your supervision and then double checking it on the back end. Now we're just checking it back here.
And Daryl, if I may, real quick, George, the other thing that happens is an individual who is going under supervision, the supervisor or the social worker who's going to supervise that person has been through a 40 clock hour training course that provides them all the elements that they need to understand to supervise that person. So that supervisor is going to sign off on that plan on the front end as well. Whereas in the current system, they did that, but then they sent it to Austin for folks in Daryl's office to go over and make sure they did it correctly. So the onus is going on to those people who are trained to do it on the front end and taking that responsibility out of the hands of the office staff, which is just sort of a more clerical measure that takes up a lot of time.
Janine, how is that different than MFT?
We don't require, we still have to have the 40 to 45 hour training to be able to be a supervisor, just like social worker and LPC.
Right.
We do not require them to, we don't have this step. The only people that have this step are the social workers.
I thought they had to send in a form that we approve when they get their actual location and supervisor approved. They then send in that approval form of that information into the MFT board that we sign off on.
All that is telling who the supervisor is. And
so
where
that's
the
difference is we're only asking them who the supervisor is. There's not necessarily the detail of that plan that's attached. Okay.
Were you thinking about standardization, George? Is that where you were going with your question?
I was.
Yeah.
I think this is an area that's ripe for it.
Agreed.
Ripe for everybody to look at.
Great. Okay.
Okay, the first rule, just the synopsis, it's the same criminal history rule that we've already looked at for psych and LPCs.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the only difference. Nope, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Are you sharing, Daryl?
Well, I thought I was. No, I'm not.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah, I know it. I still got the old rules up here.
Take 192.
Hang on. Let me get up to speed here. I'm trailing behind y'all. Okay, here we go. Social work, criminal history rule. There's the difference. Other than that, it's the same as what you've been looking at.
Okay.
Scroll down on my agenda here. Definitions. I gotta find where the change is. Patrick, where's the change in the definitions? There it is. Oh, it's now we're into rule changes that relate to the supervision plan. We had to go through all the rules and figure out where, where it said approve supervision plan in there and remove all of that. So a lot of these are just going to be little ticky-tack changes.
Right.
That one. Here we're deleting the council approved. Again, council approved. And just so the public is clear, I'm not saying you don't have to do a supervision plan. So if somebody shows up later on for licensure and you don't have one, you're probably gonna get a letter from Patrick. That is not what we're doing here, folks. We're just saying you don't have to submit it to us for approval. You still have to do it. You still need to sit down with your supervisor so that you both understand what the expectations are. This was the rule where we had to make the big changes because it's the operative rule. The remainder of it's just going to be
requiring that it be done but not submitted, correct?
Correct, correct. Oh, and by the way, I want members of the public to, this rule is going to be retroactive. So if anybody's got a supervision plan that's currently on file with the agency and you're sitting here waiting on us, we're going to make this retroactive. So you're not going to have to wait for our approval. You can just go ahead and go on with your supervision and then submit the plan to us again later on. So I know there's been a lot of questions about, well, is this going to, is it going to be prospective in nature and only operate going forward? No, we've written it so that it's retroactive. Selfishly, because that helps us out. It gets a big chunk of work off of our plate and clears the pathway for you guys to go on and finish your supervision.
Oh, but Mr. Spinks, I don't know if you can hear it in Austin, but I hear cheering outside of every building right now that has people wanting to know that. So
we had at least one caller ask about that. Is right toward the beginning, isn't that right?
I know we've had other people ask about it in previous meetings before, and I fielded some emails on this as well. So
great.
And hopefully people get the word out so they recognize that, so they
can
move forward.
I bet Will's on here, and I bet he can put together a newsletter for his folks.
I think we need to let his daughter do it because she's amazing.
I told you, Will, it was going to come back to haunt you.
Love that.
Daryl, are there any fees associated with the supervision plan at all?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Tim, Brian shaking his head. No, I don't think we.
Okay, so there's no loss of revenue or anything that we have to modify or change accordingly because of it?
Nope.
Okay.
Board contributions. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, Brian and them can quit volunteering. They won't have to come down here and spend their weekends anymore reviewing this stuff. And that's really the rest. That was a big change we had to make there. But the last rule here is a change on basically the schedule of sanctions for the social work board, because I think we repealed a rule And we had left a reference to it in there, so we were taking that out. Patrick, did I read that right?
That's correct. There was this is a proposed change, but yeah, there were that 781, 806 doesn't exist anymore.
Okay. So this is a proposed rule. The others we were just talking about will be adopted today.
Okay. The last three, right? Starting here. Okay. You're looking at 12C right now?
Yes, 12C.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I don't have D and E up yet.
Schedule of sanctions.
Schedule of sanctions. Again, we just changing the schedule so that it reflects the current state of the actual rules, removing
That one
deadly.
relates back to the next one, Daryl, because they're proposing to make a change. And so if we make a change to that rule, we have to change the schedule of sanctions.
Gotcha. This is this 781.312. We're making this one kind of it's an efficiency. Where licensees are currently having to report any employment setting changes to us. I don't know, that doesn't make, we're not doing anything with it. It's just something that clogs up the inbox on the email.
In other words, they'll no longer have to report the
Correct. I mean, we're going to find that information out when they submit their supervision stuff, on the backside, if it deals with somebody that's having to apply with us. But it's really not relevant to what we need to protect the public.
So for this item, when we take a vote, should we separate A and B, which are adoptions, as opposed to the last three that are proposed?
Just for clarity, I would, yeah.
Then is there any discussion on 12A or B, which is adoption of the two rules as proposed, primarily non-substantive in nature?
It's multiple rules, Chair Canseco. I would say the rules covered by the paragraphs 12A and B.
Okay.
Because we're talking about multiple rules.
Sure. And right, 12A and B. I was thinking about the one with criminal convictions. That's the one that's changed for parity. Is that the replace and whatever you called that?
The repeal and replace.
Repeal and replace.
Patrick, are we repealing and replacing?
Was that in 12A?
Or is it just adoption?
I think we're just adopting that one.
Adopting it. Yeah.
For the sake of parity with all the others. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, I'm clear. Is everybody else clear? Is there any other discussion or questions? And if not, may I have a motion to adopt the changes as proposed in 12A and B?
Chair Canseco, I take great privilege in making the motion to adopt agenda items 12A and B as listed.
Thank you, Brian.
It would be my honor to second such great privilege.
Thank you. We've gotten very elegant. If there's no discussion, I'd love to entertain a vote. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. And on to 12A. May I entertain a motion to propose rule changes for items C, D, and E?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Dr. Fletcher. Is there a second?
I'll
Brian?
second.
Well, there were 3 seconds this time. That's a record so far. If there's no discussion, is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, all those in favor of the proposed rule changes listed in items 12C, D, and E of the agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Thanks, everybody. Hip, hip, hooray. We are making progress.
That was a big one.
That was a big one, but you structured it nicely for us to make it understandable, and I appreciate that. So I don't even remember who's on the ad hoc fee review committee, but who wants to take that? Item 13.
I
Daniel?
think. Hey, I'm just the grunt on the committee.
No, you're the boss of us. Where are we?
The council members that are on it are Mr. Francis, Mr. Belemowitz. Oh, and I still got Tim Brown listed on it. So I guess
He was on.
he was on it. Yeah.
That's fine.
And then of course I've got in the materials, I've got the non-council member participants that are on the ad hoc. We haven't done anything on the committee. There's nothing to report. We still need to kind of get underway there. It's just,
Sure.
we got a lot of other irons. We got more irons in the fire right now than I have hands to tend them. So
Then let's pass that by and leave it on the agenda for the next meeting.
Madam Chair, could I, if it's okay, could I say, or could we just have me put it on the agenda if there is some activity in the committee, or if a committee member requests that it be placed on the agenda?
Yes, that makes
That way
a
we
lot-
don't just have dead space.
Yes, I don't want to wait too long on this though.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood. The next item.
Is discussion regarding whether to conduct council meetings in person, virtually, or some combination thereof. I'll entertain discussion. I'd like to say that I don't think we know where we are with COVID yet. Just when we thought it was going to go away, it bounced back in a mutated form. So having been said, is there anyone who wants to opine? Anyone? Daryl, what's your recommendation to us?
I'm gonna be candid. I think we need to stick with the virtual meetings for both the budgetary, public participation standpoint, and I don't want to make the headlines like TEA. I'll just tell you right now, I don't need that. Here's my concern. I mean, we have some very practical limitations if y'all do want to come back. We have a much bigger facility now here where we're at in the old public accountancy board. The problem is I don't have a boardroom set up for y'all right now. And I'm a little hesitant to do it until we get over to the Bush building, unless I just absolutely have to. If the governor says no more disaster declaration, you're going to have to go back to the old way or doing it under the old law for virtual meetings, then I'll have to make it work. We'll have to buy a table. I'll have to get it set up. That's just not, you're not going to like that as well as what we're doing right now, I don't think, because you, Gloria, are going to have to come to Austin. That would have to be open to the public. And each of the board chairs, whenever y'all have a meeting, you're going to have to come to Austin. Same thing. The problem with that is what I have learned, once that bug gets in the office, it sounds bad. It's not so much who catches it. It's everybody that comes is potentially exposed to that person. Then I have to quarantine them. I've had 2 people in the agency get it. That wasn't the big impact. It was sending everybody else home that was exposed for 15 minutes or more around them. That's what threw the big wrinkle into everything. And I really don't need that right now. If I just don't need that.
Sure.
So my advice is let's keep doing what we're doing until the governor, decides he doesn't want to do the disaster declaration. But you're the boss. Y'all are the bosses. So you tell me.
Is there anyone with a different opinion? No. I have to say that I also think that these virtual meetings allow more people to participate. Every now and then we get someone who we can't hear on the telephone, but I think that it's very easy for all of us to attend, although I regret not being able to tell who's taller than me and who is not. Other than that, I can't see a downside for this, at least for the moment. And I'm pretty sure everyone's taller than me. But, some of you may differ. There is value to watching, you all know this better than I, to watching body language and to the, informal conversations that occur at break time. I just don't think that's a luxury we can afford right now in terms of safety. So relationships may have to be based on trust and visuals for a little while longer. Is there anybody else who cares to opine or to speak?
Is there
I
anyone
have
that
a
feels,
question for you, please?
Yes, sir.
When you stand up, do your feet reach the ground?
Yes, they do.
You're tall enough. You're perfect.
Thanks for asking, Ben.
You're welcome.
Anybody else?
Is there anyone that's insisting that we return to in-person meetings?
At all?
No, nobody's insisted. No, I can't even say anybody's really requested. This was just something that,
Okay.
when we, at our last meeting, I guess the mutation, we didn't know about that at the last meeting. And so, the vaccine we thought was, about to start rolling out at our last meeting. We had a different, the expectations were a little different at the last meeting, and we're not in the place where we all thought we would be. That's why this is on the agenda.
Sure. And then the temperature of capitals across the country is not conducive to easy conversation. And that's my effort at diplomacy. So I think we're good. I think we're good. Let's, we can reevaluate any old time at any meeting. I think we're all right. And I think that the public appreciates being able to call in. We haven't had any complaints in that regard. I think today we just missed one person who we couldn't hear. Okay.
I do like that this format allows for increased public access. I mean, people can be really anywhere and participate, and that's one positive change to this format.
Agreed. John is not on it at the moment, but there was a time when he reminded me that we'd had the opportunity to show at the site board, it had opportunity to show themselves in various rural places. Riding over us all, other than licensing, is removing the stigma of open discussions about behavioral and mental health, particularly in areas where there's low access or a shortage of professionals. And I'd love to see us get back to something like that at some point. But this is not that point. So thank you all for understanding, and I'm sure we will overcome shortly.
On this note, how do y'all like the file delivery system that I use this time rather than emailing?
I really like it because we can switch back and forth from screen to screen.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about like the access to the materials that I send y'all.
Daryl, this is my proudest moment working with state government. Thank you.
I'll see if I can raise the bar a little bit more.
The forms. Oh my God. Do you understand when I started on the LPC board, I got all the papers mailed to me? I'm sure Susan knows what I'm talking about. Giant packets of paper. I had to burn it in my fire pit in my backyard. Thank you.
Right. Imagine what he's going to think if you can hyperlink to a particular moment in a video. He's just going to be celebrating all year long.
Daryl, have you ever seen me respond to anything so quickly and so effusively? I too was just so excited to see the government come into the modern era and the ability to access things so cleanly, no matter where I was at any time or any place, not worried about a USB key with some code or an overnight package. I just honestly thought this was incredible. So thank you very much for that.
Well, I've moved too far if I'm getting that much praise. We're going to jump back to something else that's a little more. We can't have this.
The only downside, okay, is I was collecting those very large rubber bands. Those come in so handy. And I only have one left from the years of doing this. So I'll have to supply myself. But I've been asking for electronic with TSVEP for a very long time and was looked at like I was, asking for, I don't know. And so the fact that this has been forced upon us and I think has just benefited everybody. And I think we get things in a timely manner. Nobody's saying that, but there was plenty of time to look at everything. And as you added, it was just simple how it was added. So I appreciate all the work that goes into you all providing that. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you, Brenda. I see you smiling. Great.
Gloria, I'll see if I can get those backgrounds they use for booking photos, and that'll address your height concern about people.
Sounds good. And after this, everyone who's wearing slippers can hold one up like I did last time. Okay, let's go on to. I really am. I love wearing slippers, I've decided. Number 15, our member boards. Do you have any current or future issues that might impact your profession or your regulatory functions? Anyone have any concerns in that area? Or anything's come up that you might want to share with other boards that's worked particularly well? I'm loving the idea of standardization. Makes a lot of sense on a number of levels. Anybody else?
I know you're not asking for joys and sorrows, but I know that he's not armed, but I want to congratulate Mr. Balamovich for being the chair of TSBEP going forward.
Good.
I'm very pleased, and as a board member, that he'll be in that position.
Wonderful. Is that how you pronounce it, Susan? Balamovich? He's not here, so he can't tell us.
Dr. Fletcher, you're muted.
There you go.
I said it right every time while I was muted, but now Balamovich. But Brenda, how do you say it? Brenda?
Brenda, you're muted.
It's John Balimowicz.
Balimowicz. Okay, got it.
He's Pilot John, but we could use the right terminology. But I'm very pleased that he has been appointed to be our chair.
Terrific. Anybody else have any concerns? Any issues?
No, I just feel like since we all practice John's name, we should learn his birthday so we can all say happy birthday, John Balimowicz, all together in one meeting. So we should put this to use somehow. We just spent some time on it. So just a thought.
Thank you, George. Keep in mind that when there are current and future issues that we're looking at that as a group to continue to bring together the different professionals that address behavioral and mental health across the state. Any recommendations for agenda items for the next council meeting? Particularly in light of maybe some of the comments that we got, I'm interested in the suspension of the 5-year limit for the Marriage and Family Therapists Associates. Several callers mentioned an undue burden during the pandemic, and that I'm not in a position to determine whether that is or is not valid, but perhaps it's something we need to look at. What do you all who are members of that professions board, sorry, I can't think of what are your feelings where that is concerned?
My feeling is that it is actually not that big of a burden. I don't think that to reverse it and have it to where you don't have to have face-to-face time, that's what the problem is. I don't feel like that there's that big of a burden, but I would bow to the other members on the board if they get that. It hasn't come up that frequently, so I'm just concerned that in the next 5 months, when we're no longer under pandemic, that we will have kind of shot ourselves in the foot to take that away.
Okay, and so if you feel like that reflects your board, then I don't see any reason to address it. What about the professional counselors who talked about? Oh, no, sorry. It was something about the nomenclature. Oh, it was for social workers. Someone said that the nomenclature didn't reflect different scopes of service. Is that a true concern for at the board level?
I didn't really understand exactly what she was meaning in her statement. And being new, I didn't know if it was appropriate to ask questions during public comment.
Oh, I think technically it's not, but I'm always sticking my foot in my mouth. You're welcome to do the same. It sounded like maybe, the intern and associate came up when we were passing rules in another area. I was thinking maybe that was it because she mentioned it, but I'm not sure.
Well, the only place that would matter is moving from LMSW to LCSW. And at that time, there's a supervisor and a supervisee.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't use intern other than while you're under the educational piece of your.
Right, sure.
I think Kathy Ryder is the individual that gave that comment. I think what Kathy was talking about when I had some of the statistical data up on the screen for y'all that talked about an upgrade. And she was talking about that term upgrade is not reflective. That makes it sound like it's a hierarchical pathway from LMSW to LCSW, and she's like, they have different scopes of practice, and therefore it's really not an upgrade. I think that's what she was referring to there.
Okay.
But I will, that upgrade is really more of an internal term. I think it may show up it may be used on some applications, but I don't think that shows up in the rules anywhere. I'll have to look and see. But
I'm sure if you've misunderstood, you have a relationship with her and she'll
I know her, yeah.
clarify.
Yeah.
What about retaining 75% of our fees? You talked about that a moment ago, something that was brought up by Mr. Francis, not our Mr. Francis, but Mr. Will Francis.
Yeah.
Did you say that we don't really have a voice where that is concerned?
Well, I mean, here's here's the way this works. The comptroller or the LBB says you have to bring in X amount of revenue.
Mm-hmm.
And we say this is what it costs to run the agency based upon our current operational needs. Generally, that revenue estimate is going to be higher than what it actually takes to run the agency. And you're probably saying, well, okay, what happens to that excess? It goes into GR.
Right.
So really your fee amounts have to be set in an amount in such a way that they generate that revenue, not just what your operational expenses are. So the legislature then takes that GR, and like Will said, that excess money goes into whatever, roads in Uvalde, or I don't know where it goes, to be honest with you. The problem is we can't just tell the LBB, hey, we're only going to set our fees at an amount to cover our operational costs, and then because the LBB is going to go, well, you were supposed to bring in X number of dollars this biennium, and you didn't do it. We don't want to find ourselves in that position. I'll just say that. That's the most diplomatic way to put it. We can't really put ourselves in that position.
But in
because
terms of persuasive writing, we could say Texas ranks number 43 in the nation for mental health, and we could be doing so much more if we had a better budget.
I'll tell y'all, I do that every day. Every agency does that. It's the same. They hear it every time from every agency.
And I will tell you, I wanted to speak up to this, Chairman. I was on the lobbying group to help get BHEC established. And this was one of our #1 sticking points when we were testifying to lawmakers in favor of BHEC, is that before we didn't have a line item in the budget at all. So all of our fees got taken and did with whatever they wanted to. So with the creation of BHEC, we now have a mental health line item in the overall Texas budget. So this is already a huge step forward. And I agree with you. I would love to see more done, but this has been a huge undertaking to claw back any amount of our fees.
Okay.
I'll tell you generally how I use the argument of we generate more revenue than what it takes to. Anytime I'm asking for something new, for example, the FTEs we've requested in our LAR, you always make the argument, hey guys, we bring in $3 million over and above what it takes to actually run it. You don't have to, I don't have to increase fees to generate that money. Just give me the money out of the excess that I've already paid into GR. Now, the counter side to that from their perspective is, well, okay, well, that means I'm not going to build that bridge in Uvalde. So, those are the very practical limitations that you face with that issue.
Well, from my perspective as a professional fundraiser selling dental care for the homeless and low income, that's not terribly sexy. It's not, children with cancer or women who are being abused or that sort of thing. It's a hard sell is basically what I'm saying. So whatever persuasive language we can use that is also accurate. And as mental health and behavioral health becomes more and more destigmatized, we certainly have the facts on our side, and we can continue to do that, on a professional society level, in our roles here and as just citizens writing our own senators and representatives. I can certainly say that during the last couple of months when we had an issue that was based on language and not intent, we certainly got a lot of attention from state representatives and senators individually and in the press. And I think that means that people are watching. And so, you know, in order to advance the health of our state, we need to continue moving forward. And I appreciate every time you ask. I'm practically a professional beggar. So Daryl, thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it.
Professional beggar, I like that.
Well, yeah, my husband's a former politician, so we were really professional beggars. Luckily, he's working for a living now. Is there anything else that we need to discuss? Anything that we want to bring to the next agenda?
The only thing I can think of that we will need to bring is my annual review. I'm assuming y'all want to do annual reviews of me.
Yes.
We'll need to develop what that review looks like. At Psych Board, when I was the ED there, they developed a 360 review for me based off of staff input. And then the board members themselves had a separate review process for me. So I'm assuming what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to work up kind of a draft based off of that and then give it to y'all, and y'all can massage it and make whatever changes you see fit and kind of figure out how you want to implement that.
Do councils at our level ever do self-assessments, board assessments? We do it in nonprofits. I was wondering.
For themselves?
They evaluate their own board.
Oh, I don't know.
We do it in nonprofits.
I've never heard of that, but
it's not fun, but it happens.
You do have to do a rule review every 4 years at a minimum. That's sort of a self-assessment.
Just curious.
I think between strategic planning, operating budgets, LAR, and the myriad of other reports that you have to do, y'all do a whole lot of self-assessment. You're assessing yourselves to death. So.
Okay.
Madam Chair. Daryl, when do we come up for sunset? Is it does our clock start at the end of this session, or did it start at the end of last session?
Start at the end of last session. I think it's 2029.
Okay.
Is when we're up for it again.
Okay.
George, did you have something?
If we may, please, can we add the metrics that Mr. Spinks is currently reporting out on? If we can add that to the next month also, so we continue to follow how they're progressing and how we're doing against them. That he added as part of your report. It was part of your director's report, ED report?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's my understanding that y'all had ordered that as that's a standing issue that I have to include until y'all tell me to stop. Now the quarterly performance measurement, George, that one you'll only get every quarter. So as I sign it and send it to the governor, but the rest of it, yeah, we can generate that each board meeting.
Stephen?
Daryl, is there any key legislation that you're keeping an eye on that's been filed? And how often are you gonna shoot us an update on where things stand?
I can shoot the update because that's pretty informally. I mean, that's pretty informal, really, as you want. My concern with, I'm usually a lot more email intensive with the chair than what I am with the rest of y'all, because I'm trying purposefully not to tick y'all off with too many emails or to swamp you. I don't want y'all to get to where you're like, dang it, another email from him. So you tell me on an individual basis, kind of how much you want from me. I do my update I do my bill search on a weekly basis. So if you want to see it as I'm doing it, I'll just CC you with it.
As needed is fine with me. If you think that there's something that we should be aware of, if something that you think that we should pay a little more attention to than we might ordinarily, that's fine. This is my, probably for all of us, first time BHEC through a legislative session. So I was kind of curious if you had a schedule or a plan, or you're just going to kind of try to settle into some sort of procedure that you think is effective.
I really do it just based on as stuff comes to me. If I feel like This is not really something I want to include in the board packet, but they need to know about it. I'll do an FYI to you guys. The problem with with serving on the council and a member board is I've got to be careful not to overload y'all. I know y'all have to make a living during the week, and I don't want to be a pest to you is what I'm trying to say. And so I've tried to be very conscientious about that. Now, you had asked about if there are any bills that I'm watching. There's a couple in particular that I'm watching, and they deal with banning conversion therapy. Those have been filed for the past couple of sessions, and the only reason I'm paying pretty close attention to it now is there's a case out of the 11th Circuit, and I can't remember the name of it, where I guess Florida, either the Florida board or somewhere in the law, whether it's a statute or a rule, banned conversion therapy in Florida. And
What's
the problem,
conversion therapy? I don't know what that is.
it's where, well, one of you providers, y'all do a better job explaining it than I would.
Susan,
Oh, gosh.
just give me the headlines.
So there you go. It is reparative therapy, range of dangerous and discredited practices that falsely claim to change a person's sexual orientation or sexual expression. So
yes, it's a hot topic right now.
Yeah, so it's a very, it stokes a whole lot of interest in many organized communities who I believe rightly so have reasons to question that. And so I think that Texas right now, that's going to be a hot issue. I think there's a number of cases in Texas right now too that show that we all need to get as educated and watch that. But Daryl, the reason you're watching that mostly is how does it relate to our boards?
Well, there were a couple of marriage and family therapists in Florida that were practicing conversion therapy. And the board, I think there was a complaint filed against them. Long story short, they won a preliminary injunction against the board out there. And the 11th Circuit basically said, look, you guys are trying to regulate a protected form of First Amendment speech. And that ties into that Seraphin case. Remember when we were talking about professional relationships and you looked at that definition? Seraphin was a case that dealt heavily in First Amendment protected speech. And what the 11th Circuit has said is, hey, board, you can't proscribe conversion therapy because it's a protected form of speech. Now, it was just a preliminary injunction, but the fact that they found that, I don't know what the final outcome in the case will be, but the fact that they found that, and then when you look at that and you look at the bills that are filed in the Texas legislature, I'm like, if they pass that, are we looking at the same type of situation here where we're going to get, something struck down? I had enough of the Fifth Circuit when we were there with Seraphin. It's not fun being sued, for that kind of stuff. So I'm already trying to figure out how do we thread this needle if that becomes the law. So that's why I'm watching it. That's why I'm watching those cases. It probably wouldn't have triggered my, if the bill had passed, I'd have been like, okay, that's fine. Because my guess is if a complaint were filed against somebody practicing it now, my guess is most of the board, the professional members on the board would go, yeah, there's not enough scientific validity behind the practice to substantiate your use of it. Therefore, you're not meeting the standard of care. That's how I think probably most of the boards would look at it now.
So let me make sure I understand, and for the benefit of members of the public who are also listening, I see it as an empirical evidence issue. No empirical evidence that at all is a form of treatment or appropriate. And so what you're saying, Daryl, is that as it relates to what's going on in our legislature, it's a First Amendment issue because of what happened in Florida.
That's a concern of mine, that if one of those bills passes, that we may find ourselves in the exact same position as the Florida MFT board.
Okay.
Understood.
So
because to me it's cut and dry. Evidence.
We candidly, we may find ourselves in that position anyway, though. If somebody files a complaint just based off what I said, look, it doesn't matter what provider, whether you're a psychologist, marriage and family therapist, you have to have a scientific basis. These are evidence-based professions. We don't just willy-nilly pick what we were going to do and what we're not going to do. So you have to have some science behind it. And what I'm saying is I don't know that there is, I haven't seen it. I don't know that there is the science there. If somebody files a complaint on a provider for practicing that, and the board says, okay, well, we're going to sanction you, we could find ourselves in that same position. Somebody saying, well, I'm going to sue you to stop you from sanctioning me, regardless of whether the bill passes.
You're following
So-
a national trend.
Yes, yeah,
See how it might or might not affect us.
right,
I
right.
think that's very
Well,
well.
I hear you're letting Florida go first, and let's see how that goes for them, and then we'll learn from the blood of others.
That's right.
So you're watching that for that reason. And let me also, first of all, I appreciate that you don't flood us with a lot of emails, and that those you do flood us with are all very, very relevant and require our attention and deserve our attention. So, so I appreciate your sensitivity. I haven't felt that I've been flooded. I've felt as if I've been informed. Whenever there are opportunities for any one of us or all of us to participate, to speak at a legislative event, or to write letters or things like that, I can just say that I think it's helpful for members of BHEC to be informed of, here's an opportunity, because we're in a unique position. And I think all of us would like to be able to participate in that way, or be given the opportunity to participate in that way. I've always appreciated the opportunity, so it doesn't fall in the same cast of characters. Or we may be able to assist in identifying somebody else who, may be able to, would want to know about that. So I would just open, and you all can disagree with me, that, any times that you think that letters need to be written, or the opportunity presents itself for letters to be written, or for there to be public comments, especially since they may be by Zoom rather than traveling to Austin. I know I would like to know about them, and I bet other people on BHEC also would appreciate that.
Okay.
Agreed. I also think that any large conferences held by major associations, I was just recently noticed that it happens to overlap with an event in my family, but Meadows Mental Health Institute, that has quite a strong hold on legislators and professionals alike. Things like that, we should be able to be represented there as board members, so that we can make our saves available and to give BHEC the public profile it deserves. We are primarily licensing, but in licensing and making sure there's access to care, in that sense, we influence attitudes toward behavioral health, toward seeking it and destigmatizing. Thanks, everybody. Got a great group here. I'm honored. Okay, if there's no more discussion, then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn at 2 o'clock or almost. Is there any
I'll
more?
make that motion.
I'll second.
Thank you all so much. Daryl, will you remind us before I ask for an aye or a nay? Would you remind us when the next meeting is?
Sure.
Actually, the next couple, please.
Okay.
May 4, I think.
May 4th and August 24th. Those are the last two that we have scheduled ahead of time. So at the May 4th meeting, we need to talk about future meeting dates.
Right. May 4th and August 24th. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, or did I already get one?
You already had one. I can't remember who moved and who seconded.
If there's no more discussion, then all in favor of adjourning, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes, and thank you everybody for spending your
Thanks, everyone.
Tuesday.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Aye.
Talk to you soon.
Such a great meeting, folks.
Wasn't as fast as the LMFT, but hey, we got there.
Thanks.
Adios.